Sí. Correcto. Sí. Ok. Sí. Sí. Dos. Ok. Sí. Son dos iguales. Sí. 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 Dos. Sí. Sí.
Ok, sí, dos, tres, probando. Prueba de audio. Probando el audio, el audio.
Buenos días, test de sonido, para transmisión en vivo.
Sí. Perfecto. Audio. Streaming. Sí.
Vamos a comenzar. Pueden ir tomando sus asientos. Would you please, each one, be ready to get your lovely and pleasurable seats? Good morning. Buen día. Welcome each one of you to this wonderful event. Bienvenidos todos a este maravilloso evento. Welcome to the founder and CEO of the 6th Region Global Chamber of Commerce. Bienvenidos todos a la sexta conferencia de las regiones globales que se está ejecutando en este año. I have the pleasure, we've been waiting so much. I have to bring up stage Dr. Melida Harris Barrow, who will give thanks to each one of you and start right away with this wonderful event.
Good morning. It is such a pleasure to have my brothers and sisters and my indigenous people here today. I'm also happy to have my brother Julius Garvey with us today. This program is very special for all of us. This is the beginning of change. This is the beginning of greatness. This is the beginning of love for one another. This is the beginning of truth. It is time now for us to speak our stories instead of having others to speak about us. It is time now for us to do business with each other. It is time now for us to reconcile with each other. It is time for us to be creators, not beggars. It is time now for us to build our nations together. It is time now for us to exchange information and not keep information from each other. You see, it's a new day. The journey of reconciliation of Mother Africa and her diaspora. It's time. My ancestors have kept me awake for many years, telling me, you're doing nothing for us. Nothing. It is time for you to do something, Dr. Melida Harris Barrow. It is time now for you to wake the nations where our people are. Just recently, our children coming to Panama was stopped. They didn't want them to come to Panama from Angola. And they have free, enabled to come here without a visa, but they were still stopped. It is time to change the world. It is time for the world to know who we are and not the world define us of who we are. It is time now, my kings and queens and diplomats and speakers like Dr. Garvey, and he's been doing it for years, and so have you. But maybe we need something different. Maybe we need to stop telling everyone of just who we are and go into action and define who we are and go back to this world and let them know we have the power within. Because we were giving something within, but we're not using it. It's time for that change. I have the power within, and I'm using it, and we all have to use it. I'm tired of talking. I'm tired of us having conference over conference and over conference, and the same way we walk in, we walk out. The journey of reconciliation now. We are going to work with our brothers and sisters in the Americas, in the world, because we're everywhere. It is time. We are builders. We are creators. That's what God told me. So this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Bringing us together. Talking about who we are. I am tired of people saying that I'm Afro-Panamanian and I am Afro this and I'm an African woman born in Panama. I know who I am now. I didn't before. So now, the kings and queens that is going to come up and speak, you have 25 minutes to speak about how we now going to come together and the topic that is presented in the program. My brothers and sisters, welcome to Panama.
Well, let's start this party, because this is not just a speech. This is a party, culture party that we are going to enjoy. The first personality we're going to bring up is Dr. Julius Garvey, board certified cardiothoracic and vascular surgeon. Was born on September 17, 1933 in Kingston, Jamaica. Was a certified fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons, the American College of Surgeons, the International College of Surgeons, and the American College of Chest Physicians, as well as a diplomat of the Board of Cardiothoracic and Vascular Surgery, the American Board of Surgery, and the American Academy of Wound Management, and plus the American College of Phlebology. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring up Mr. Dr. Julius Garvey. Give it a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here with you, and I'd certainly like to thank all the organizers of this event and also the participants, and of course, especially Dr. Barrow for organizing and visioning such an important and necessary event. For my presentation this morning, I want to change the title of the event slightly. The Journey of Reconciliation to Mother Africa from her diaspora. Slight modification, but it gives me a chance to go over, shall we say, the history and the trials and tribulations of those of us who have been separated from the motherland and who have been seeking reconciliation. And I think that's probably all of us here, perhaps except the Crown Prince, Prince Ermias Selassie, and his entourage. Can we have a round of applause, please, for that distinguished gentleman? Thank you so much, and thank you for your presence, Prince, and thank you for all the things that you and your lineage has done for Africa, for Africans, and for African unity. We have been torn from Mother Africa forcibly, and everything was taken away from us. Our names, our culture, our religion, our traditions, our families, and indeed our identity. And we were put through a process of enslavement that guaranteed our dependence and obedience to our so-called slave masters. I think it's important to see that from two perspectives. One, the loss that happened to the people who were inflicted by slavery, or upon whom slavery was inflicted. That's the one hand. And then on the other hand is the person, the people, the thought process of those who then deliberately enslave people within a process of chattel slavery, where our ancestors were reduced to beasts of burden. And you have to ask yourself, on the one hand, the damage that was done, and we know that the damage is generational. And we ask ourselves, on the other hand, what is the mentality, what is the character of those people who created those systems that enslaved us, that colonized us, and that still oppress us? So when we look at our journey, we have to look at our journey from both sides. You and I know that the process of enslavement was horrendous and was in many instances almost complete, to the extent that many of our ancestors had to do the bidding of those who enslaved them. Of course, many of our ancestors rebelled, and we are proud of those who rebelled. We call them Maroons, and we had them in Jamaica, and we had them in Haiti, and we had them in Suriname, and we had them in Brazil, and we had them in the United States of America, and we had them all over. Let's hear it for those ancestors who fought against enslavement. You and I know that if we were present at that time, we too would have fought against the slave master. We too would not have bent our knee, would not have bent our backs, and would not have bowed our heads. We would not do it then, and we will not do it now. That journey that our ancestors have taken and that has brought us to this point is the most dehumanizing set of events that have ever occurred on planet Earth or anywhere else in anybody's memory. When we speak about reconciliation, we have to think about our reconciliation to ourselves, because we were not only brutalized as a group, but we were brutalized individually, and we were propagandized in such a way to hate ourselves, to hate our ancestors, to hate our brothers and sisters. This was the process that we had to go through just to stay alive. Again, some of us did not succumb to that, but most of us bear some scars within us because the propaganda, the disinformation, and the misinformation still exists. It's in our educational systems, which we have all had to participate in. And as Carter G. Woodson said back in the 1930s, it's a miseducation system because it really is a propaganda system that has written us as Africans out of history when we are the original people. 200,000 years ago, the first people, Homo sapiens sapiens, breathed air and were conscious on the continent of Africa. There were no other human beings anywhere at all. So our ancestors are the original ancestors of the human species. There was no such thing as a European until approximately 20,000 years ago. No such thing as a European. The leucoderm existed because of the vicissitudes of the Ice Age in Europe. And the leucoderm lost not only the melanin, but some aspects of the original humanity, of the original human beings of planet Earth. They visited us in Africa, and we tried to rehumanize them, people such as Pythagoras and Socrates and Plato, etc., and the bright Greek young people. But they were by and large rejected by fellow Europeans. And now we have the Eurocentric system that has given us so many wars, World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and on and on and on. And the destruction of the peoples of Hawaii and the peoples of North America, South America, Central America, Australia, and New Zealand, and of course the encroachments in Africa. But this has got to stop. This has got to stop. And who else can stop it? Who else can turn it around except the original human beings and the descendants of the original human beings? And why do I say that? It's not about war. It's not about killing, but it's definitely not about joining the system. It's about creating our traditional systems that we have always had and recreating them. And that's what my father was all about, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, which he founded in 1914, and which sought to redeem Africa, the redemption of Africa, meaning the reconstruction of African civilization. And he gave us the whole foundation. He gave us the spiritual foundation. He gave us the cultural foundation. He gave us the economic foundation in terms of the business enterprise that he created, including, of course, the Black Star Line project. And he gave us back the continent of Africa. He said, look to Africa. Africa is the star of the universe. And he said, we must go there and we must help to rebuild Africa. And that's why we are here today. We're talking about the rebuilding of Africa and the rebuilding of African peoples. It's a reconciliation and it's a redemption. And my father knew that we could accomplish this. And of course, there were many, many other heroes and shearers as we come down the road. Again, people such as Kwame Nkrumah, people such as Emperor Haile Selassie. And again, we can go on and on in terms of naming those who gave their lives physically or as leaders who gave their lives for their people. The true servant leadership which represents our culture and our traditions based upon Ma'at, our traditions based on Ubuntu, our traditions based upon communalism, and our traditions based upon not one or two wealthy people that owns 90% of the wealth, but the sharing of the wealth of wherever we exist. And that's what we're about, and that's what we have to rebuild. We have to rebuild ourselves individually because we have been disconnected from ourselves. This is the pernicious evil that was forced upon us to deny our traditions, to deny our ancestors, and to deny what we brought into the world, which is an understanding of spirit. And of course, many people call spirit God. We called it nature. And of course, from that has come human nature. From that has come Mother Nature. But we knew that all nature was one, and we were representative of that one, and that we were therefore made in the image of that one. And we can say that we were made in the image of God. And that is the basis of all of our traditions. That is the basis of our societies that we develop. And that's the basis of communal living and communal people living together. We understand that we are spiritual entities having a physical experience, and our mind is the intermediary between our spirit and the things that we do. So we were disconnected from our spiritual selves, and we were treated simply as physical beings. And of course, the only way that somebody can do that to somebody else is when they're not connected to spirit. They do not understand their spiritual essence. So we do not need to try to change them. We have to reconnect with ourselves. And in reconnecting with ourselves, we'll be able to transform the world. Because there is nothing stronger than spirit. We come from spirit, we are spirit, and spirit is everlasting, and it is everywhere, and it will triumph. So I stand before you today. I'm pleased and happy with what Dr. Barrow has brought together here for us to meet and greet and reconcile, get to know each other, get to love each other. It's indeed a wonderful time. It's time for this to happen. I think, as Dr. Barrow said, it's time for a change. If we look at our history, we'll see that we, as those people who have been oppressed by the Eurocentric system, we have made our greatest progress as people when the Europeans have been destroying each other. After World War I, we had the rise of Marcus Garvey and the UNIA after the 1914-18 war. That's when the UNIA was birthed in 1914. It reached its maximum in the 20s with more than 6 billion followers. Again, if we look at World War II ending in 1945, we had the Manchester Conference in 1945, and then you had people such as Kwame Nkrumah and Jomo Kenyatta taking the Pan-African spirit of Marcus Garvey back to Africa, and then Africa becoming free from 1957 and on into the 60s. Now we have 55 free countries in Africa. We have 15 CARICOM countries in the Caribbean with us as representing us as a people. We have to bring all that together. We of the 6th region have to join with the African Union. We'll have a mighty presence of 1.5 billion people, 1.5 billion people, with a spirit behind 1.5 billion people. We can recreate the world. We can recreate the world. We must.
What a wonderful speech. Now, first of all, we have to say, keep saying welcome. Welcome, bienvenidos, bienvenidos. To this event, the journey of reconciliation of Mother Africa and her diaspora. Bienvenidos al encuentro de reconciliación de la Madre África y su diáspora. This program is being organized for the 6th Region Global Chamber of Commerce. El encuentro ha sido organizado por la Cámara de Comercio Global de la 6ª Región. Estoy emocionada. I'm so emotional right now to be here this morning with you all and be in this stage as a witness. Y estoy muy contenta y emocionada de estar aquí en este encuentro, siendo testimonio de esta gran reunión. Well, we continue with the program, and we will call first Dr. Bishop Jessica Bangani, who come from South Africa. Vamos a presentar, a traer al escenario a la doctora Bishop Jessica Bangani, que viene desde Sudáfrica.
Lashipa isakazo ke sikhumba sengqongqo. Vulani indlela kukhaba kubumnyama. Bamba ngasibini singabi nejuju. Khanda namachiza konaka lokuhlala. Ha! Namhla sigagene kodwa ndinguyinongqawusi intombi kaMhlakazeni wadiliza intaba zikaXhosa. Diligube evlemveli utibujiyana. Ishuba soshubela abantwana ukhala khululumla abantwana. Umgodi omdala wadida amantshotshi inkomo zikaThembi inkomo zikaSijekula. Inkomo zikani uhambe ezandleni simkabhangqoza ikhukhuza zayitshayela zemka nengcambu. The sixth region. The sixth region. Utizama hlebela matika zamahlubi. The sixth region. The Chamber of Commerce. The global monks. The dusky dragons make snow like a morning dew on a mountain Hermon. Iti kani pume niti kata. Niti kata. Niti kata. Ibuyambo ma Africa. It's time for the reconciliation, rebuilding, reclaiming the power of Mother Africa. Ha! Namhla sigagene kodwa ndinguyinongqawusi intombi kaMhlakazeni wadiliza intaba zikaXhosa. Diligube evlemveli utibujiyana. Ishuba soshubela abantwana ukhala khululumla abantwana. Umgodi omdala wadida amantshotshi inkomo zikaThembi inkomo zikaSijekula. Inkomo zikani uhambe ezandleni simkabhangqoza ikhukhuza zayitshayela zemka nengcambu. Phesha kwenciba phesha komlambo Tata, zibuyile inkomo zikatata, ezibuyile hayi inkomo zikatata beziyola amavila aye wawo hayi. Afrika nozala wama Afrika, Afrika nozala wamzontsundu, Afrika nozala wamlisela nomthinjana weAfrika. Zifikile izikrelemnqa zingezizeku-zakuza zizenzono zaku-zaku yanqisha intombi enkulu yakhaba ngawumane yalandula abhuduzela amabhedengo bibhidla amazinyo ephude baba mexela umbhali wasuka wabhebhetha ebekulukuhle kulahlekisa amalokonya kodwa wayilahla imbo yakho ngophoyana bebekudova bekunyathela bekubiza ngenqantosi mhlaba omnyama mhlaba okhokho masimahlaza masimachumleyo achunyiswa kukuzinga nebhongo lama-Afrika. Konike ama-Afrika ndithi hontsho ngenxa yenyameko yokumela inyaniso nenzondelelo yokugcina uzinzo lwe-Afrika kuba kaloku lo mhlabana lamatyentshe igolide nesilivere inkazimlo yazi bingenakuthi hayi xa belirhutyula borhwaphiliza exhaphaza amaxhalanga. Qhubekani izinto ndinani izintokazi Qhubekani makwathina maqhiyazana. Keep on keeping on. Keep on digging deep that hive of prestigious knowledge and wisdom. Uproot the deadly spray poison of ignorance and lack of knowledge. For we are the ones we've been waiting for. Dr. Kavi. Oh, sithi huntshu kuwe kwedini. Dr. Melinda Paro, sithi huntshu kuwe gqorhakazi. Heroes and heroines of our nations of the world. Remember, we are the ones we've been waiting for. Remember, we are the embodiment of humanity. Ubuntu. Kaloku lento ngumntu ngabantu. I am because you are. You are because I am. Remember, uthi ujama kasithathu ngenye imini ingqungquliya kwampheki ngoPixley kaseme. Inhlabeni egwele yokhakhayo ngovya kwaMadiba. Umalala ejongile emhlaca amagusha kwimilondo ekhaya. Elanxanxathi limaxhakaxhaka elachoma amaxhoba. Lamaxhoba angentshutshwe nangoncima emfazweni. Atsho dilisa ishumi lamadoda ngaxeshanye. Pixley kaseme once said, I am an African. I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers, the seas, the trees, the deserts, the flowers, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. Remember, we are the ones who have made it possible for the world markets to trade in gold, in diamonds, and the food our stomachs still earn. Remember, we are the great-grandchildren of Nongqawuse, the great-grandchildren of the warrior men and women that in science Sikhukhune led, the patriots in Pepwe and Qetshwayo took to battle, the soldiers Mushweshwe and Gungunyane taught never to dishonor the cause of freedom. Freedom for you is freedom for me. I am because you are. Let us keep on keeping on. Oh! We are the embodiment of the brains of the great men. Marcus Musaya Kavi, Robert Sobukwe. Oh, as the great man once said, the people without the knowledge of their culture and traditions and their history of origins are like the tree without roots. Let us keep on reclaiming back the dignity, the power, and produce the pioneers of the great future. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Oh, keep on digging deep that hive of prestigious knowledge and wisdom. Nime nikhote nihlabe nihlambulule ngaloo injection yobulumko nenkcubeko nolwazi kuze kudede bomnyama bentswelambheko nentswelakuqonda okukhokelela ngcolerheke nasekuhlombuzekeni kwengqondo yomlisela nomthinjana wezo lakwethu. Mandithi hoyi 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 helele amandla ngawethu. Pambili nge-6th region, Chamber of Commerce Pambili. Forward we go, backwards never. See, Decham, Dengngeleli.
Now, keeping the party on, this great event, we're going to bring to the stage to Dr. Agatha Williams Springer. Vamos a traer ahora a escenario a la doctora Agatha Williams Springer. Before I start to explain, I want to inform you that the team is going to be giving you a device will help you to understand the speech of Mrs. Dr. Agatha is going to be offering you all this morning. Nació en la ciudad de Panamá, tiene un doctorado en la Universidad Complutense de Madrid, España, y su maestría en Sociología del Desarrollo en el Instituto de Sociología del Área Ibérica en Madrid, España. Tiene también un posgrado en Bases Teóricas de las Ciencias Sociales obtenido en el Instituto de Sociología del Área Ibérica en Madrid. Egresada de la Universidad de Panamá como licenciada y profesora en Filosofía e Historia, conocida también y corroborada, investigadora asociada al Instituto de la Mujer en la Universidad de Panamá. Se le otorgó el Premio Nacional Clara González de Bellinger por su lucha contra el racismo, discriminación y las formas de xenofobia en julio del 2001 por el Instituto de la Mujer de la Universidad de Panamá. Homenaje a 100 mujeres por la vida y la dignidad nacional en la ciudad de Panamá en el 2004, por su constante preparación como conferencista nacional e internacional sobre estudios de género, etnohistoria, negritud y racismo, que se refleja en su trabajo intelectual, el cual se reconoce en el ámbito nacional e internacional. Damas y caballeros, con ustedes la doctora Agatha Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, with you, Dr. Agatha Williams.
Muy buenos días. Agradecemos esta oportunidad de intercambiar con los hermanos de la diáspora africana, estos pueblos dispersos por América y por el mundo, que recuperan hoy su historia y su sentido de identidad. Este encuentro nos emociona tremendamente porque en América hemos ido construyendo y recuperando nuestra identidad para sentirnos orgullosamente descendientes de africanos. Porque en la historia de América, los africanos, los hombres y mujeres de piel oscura, han sido negados e invisibilizados en la construcción de este nuevo mundo y de esta nueva cultura. Hombres y mujeres traídos a través de la lucrativa trata esclavista a nuevas tierras para construir y ser fuerza de trabajo importante en el desarrollo económico de ese nuevo mundo. Así Europa trajo a América un gran grupo de naciones africanas dispersas por toda América, y su presencia ha sido invisibilizada y negada en la historia. Pueblos que construyeron la riqueza y la grandeza de lo que es hoy Europa. Nosotros habitamos este nuevo continente conocido como Abya Yala y habitado antiguamente por grupos aborígenes, posiblemente de ascendencia asiática. América la componen diversas naciones. Es un continente multicultural formado por distintas naciones, las naciones indígenas desaparecidas a raíz de la conquista y colonización, un genocidio cometido contra los pueblos que habitaron esta antigua Abya Yala, culturas identificadas con la madre tierra que llamaron Pachamama. Esta América que fue conquistada y colonizada a través de un proceso violento de evangelización y catequización, significó para Europa ingentes recursos económicos, oro y plata, recurso humano, plantas, animales distintos. Fue para Europa la conquista imprevisible y construyó así la grandeza de España, su primera colonizadora, y luego de Portugal. Esta América, Abya Yala, estuvo habitada por aborígenes americanos de ascendencia asiática, pueblos de diversos grados de cultura y civilización. Esta América, Abya Yala, fue conformada por dos grandes Pangeas continentales: Norteamérica, que involucra Canadá, Estados Unidos y México. En esta región, conocida como Mesoamérica, se desarrolla una de las grandes civilizaciones, la civilización maya quiché, creadora de una enorme población que pudo equipararse a la grandeza de Egipto con la creación del primer tipo de lenguaje conocido en América. Los jeroglíficos mayas señalan el nivel de desarrollo cultural de esta gran civilización. La civilización maya quiché logró crear una cultura de inigualable valor. Se les considera grandes matemáticos y astrónomos en América. Sus calendarios así lo precisan: equinoccios, la creación del cero y una concepción matemática avanzada que los europeos no conocieron. Creadora de ciudades, Tikal, Mayapán, Copán, estos pueblos amerindios lograron un desarrollo y un nivel cultural que los hizo comparables a las civilizaciones egipcias, por ejemplo. Hay una comparación entre los mayas y los egipcios que concibieron la estructura de las pirámides escalonadas, posiblemente observatorios astronómicos o templos funerarios. Sus libros, los códices mayas, el Popol Vuh, que habla de la evolución de este pueblo, de su concepción cósmica, y el Chilam Balam, libros sagrados que hablan de la evolución y el nacimiento de este pueblo, ignorado y destruido por los europeos que subestimaron la grandeza de esta creación cultural. Hoy día, al analizar los experimentos y la creación de un calendario solar más exacto por la predicción de sus equinoccios y solsticios, nos hace comparables a esta civilización amerindia, a los grandes progresos científicos y tecnológicos de la humanidad. El otro gran reino o imperio fue el de los incas en Sudamérica, comparable al imperio romano. Los incas construyeron un imperio de una extensión incalculable. Abarcaba desde Colombia hasta el norte de Chile y se conoció como el imperio del Tahuantinsuyo. Los incas se consideraban emperadores. El emperador inca tenía bajo su disposición el bienestar y cuidado de su pueblo, una concepción socialista muy avanzada para la época. Divididos en repartimientos conocidos como ayú, los incas, el emperador, garantizaba el bienestar de todo su pueblo. Este vasto imperio enfrentó la conquista española, una conquista violenta, y el emperador inca se pregunta a uno, ¿cómo pudieron los europeos vencer estas vastas poblaciones? La historia universal nos señala que había pugnas intestinas en estos imperios y fue aprovechado por el conquistador. América, con ingentes riquezas, sus minas de plata y de oro valían todo el caudal que Europa pudo explotar y utilizar para su provecho. Hoy la grandeza de Europa se mide en cuanto lograron ellos, a través de instituciones, explotar la ingente riqueza de este nuevo continente. Este nuevo continente también tuvo en el área circuncaribe un grupo de pobladores recolectores, conocidos como los caribes o arawaks, indígenas que prefirieron suicidarse y morir antes de aceptar la esclavitud. El colonialismo ha sido la institución más violenta impuesta sobre el grupo humano. Exterminó más del 80 al 90% de la población autóctona en América. Y tenemos en la historia la resistencia indígena, una resistencia tenaz y persistente por recuperar su tierra, Abya Yala, la Pachamama. Estos pobladores de América tuvieron una cosmovisión distinta, vivieron en unión con la tierra, y en América se da la primera revolución agrícola. Y el desarrollo de estos pueblos está muy vinculado a la agricultura. Y podemos señalar que esta producción agrícola en alimentos como la papa americana, que hoy es un plato importante en todo el mundo, proviene de la altiplanicie de Perú y Bolivia, cultivada por los incas, 400 tipos distintos. Fue aprovechada y, decimos nosotros, satisfizo el hambre de los europeos. El maíz, la cultura del maíz que se desarrolla en Mesoamérica, es considerado el cereal más valioso, y las poblaciones fueron aumentando en cuanto la agricultura fue tecnificada con un sistema de riegos que jamás conocieron los europeos. Los frijoles, el tomate, la uyama, o lo que conocemos como zapallo, propio de Mesoamérica, pudo aumentar la riqueza en la dieta de los europeos. Y es importante señalar que este intercambio cultural produjo el poderío y la grandeza de Europa, y que los galeones españoles de esta histórica ciudad de Portobelo hizo enlaces con los virreinatos del Perú, y por este istmo centroamericano transitaron las riquezas del Perú de los incas. Panamá, posesión geoestratégica insular importante, país que permitió el conocimiento del mundo global con el descubrimiento del Mar del Sur. El descubrimiento del Océano Pacífico ocurrió en estas tierras americanas. Este pequeño istmo, que ha permitido la comunicación entre los mares, permitió la primera globalización en el mundo, con el intercambio de mercancías y productos que salieron de la histórica Portobelo, descubierta por Colón en su cuarto y último viaje. Este país pequeño juega un papel geoestratégico hoy en la comunicación mundial, en esta economía global. Panamá ha sido el sitio estratégico para la corona española y se le llamó Castilla del Oro, muy noble y leal ciudad de Panamá. Históricamente ha permitido el intercambio entre los mares, el Océano Pacífico y el Atlántico. El surgimiento de este istmo permitió la navegación mundial y el cambio del clima del hemisferio norte. Panamá, ciudad estratégica, conformada por múltiples naciones, los indígenas, los cunas con un concepto colectivo de la tierra, los llamados nobes buglés, dispersos por Veraguas, Bocas del Toro y Chiriquí, los pueblos Huaunán, del Darién, oriundos posiblemente del Orinoco o del Chocó. Debemos mencionar esta diversidad étnica de América, rica en cultura, estas naciones dispersas, pero unidas en un nuevo continente, formaron lo que nosotros conocemos hoy como Hispanoamérica o Latinoamérica, que lucha todavía por ser reconocida como un país o una región de una riqueza ingente que permitió la grandeza de los europeos, que explotaron sus minas, sus recursos humanos, sometieron sus indígenas a la encomienda y a el repartimiento y convirtieron estas valerosas naciones en súbditos de la corona española. La esclavitud, este modo de producción opresivo, degradante, extinguió la gran cantidad de poblaciones indígenas que habitaron América, Abya Yala. Casi el 90% de sus pueblos, los quechuas, los aymaras, los siboneyes, los caribes, los incas, han desaparecido. Sus descendientes luchan por construir a través de las repúblicas naciones independientes, soberanas, buscando la equidad de estos pueblos subordinados como individuos de segunda clase, con el propósito del mercantilismo que se desarrolló desde Europa buscando nuevos mercados. Es importante tener una visión global de la historia para comprender por qué estos pueblos han sido llamados pueblos del tercer mundo, pueblos subdesarrollados, negados en su dignidad de seres humanos, igual que los europeos. Esta discriminación étnica, cultural, ha negado la verdad de la historia. Y la historia de este continente ha sido construida a través de la esclavización de sus aborígenes. Esos aborígenes ejercieron una dura resistencia y tenemos figuras que son emblema de esa lucha por la libertad. Esa es parte integral de la historia y la conquista de América. Europa es hoy grande por la explotación de los pueblos y el genocidio cultural y étnico que hizo sobre los aborígenes. Y este encuentro nos obliga a reconocer la formación diversa, multicultural, multiétnica del mundo. El hombre es producto de migraciones permanentes en busca de mejores condiciones de vida. Este encuentro nos permite afirmar que no hay superioridad racial. Todos los seres del mundo tenemos el mismo mapa genético. Y si recordamos a Darwin, recordamos que hay diferenciación, producto de millones de años de evolución. Pero Occidente le ha impuesto a los hombres de piel oscura el racismo más violento, negándoles su participación equitativa en la distribución de la riqueza y en la posibilidad de vivir con la mayor dignidad. Nosotros, pueblos de la diáspora, luchamos hoy para reconquistar esa identidad negada. Unidos con los hermanos indígenas, hemos formado una nueva conciencia de América, una América justa, equitativa, democrática, reconociendo las matrices de su cultura y de su producción cultural, las matrices de las naciones que se esforzaron a través de la fuerza de trabajo en la construcción de catedrales, caminos y de esta portentosa riqueza de la cual hace gala Occidente, marginando una gran cantidad o porcentaje de su población. Estos foros permiten una reflexión profunda sobre el destino de la humanidad, una humanidad que debe reconocer en el otro igual, el hermano, porque la pigmentación oscura, los hombres y mujeres de teces de ébano, discriminados eternamente en casi todo Occidente. Entonces, ¿dónde está nuestra humanidad? ¿Dónde está la grandeza de esta civilización que niega a seres que han marginado o soslayado como seres inferiores? Entonces hay que revisar los principios de esta civilización occidental, que como sabiamente decía el doctor Garvey, el Homo sapiens sapiens, el hombre inteligente, nació en África, es el hombre moderno que construyó toda esta cultura. Europa se desarrolla después. Cuando en Egipto se caminaba por ciudades, el hombre europeo vivía en cuevas. Así lo señala Heródoto, el padre de la historia, el gran griego, que visitó Egipto y conoció de la portentosa creaciones de este imperio que fue para nosotros la luz y el faro en Occidente. De allí Grecia tomó muchos de sus principios y hoy esa África, la madre patria que reclamamos, ha sido olvidada y nuevamente explotada. Se produce nuevamente un holocausto del pueblo africano. Nosotros estamos en la posición de reclamar con justicia el derecho inalienable de estos pueblos dispersos por el mundo, viviendo un racismo violento que no les permite participar con dignidad en el reparto de los bienes de esta América, de esta Abya Yala, libre e independiente, a pesar del sojuzgamiento de sus explotadores. Gracias.
Wow, this is beautiful. This is history. This is culture. Well, we continue with the program. Now, I'm going to introduce to King Edmund Kelly Ipaki Silva Jr. He has reigned over the Kingdom of Hawaii as sovereign king Ali E. Nui Moa since November 22nd, 2002, bringing harmony to his people while under illegal occupation has been no easy task, but one the king embraces fully. He brings the ancient Hawaiian art of Ho'oponopono as a solution for world conflicts. He is a proponent of establishing world peace through indigenous methods, since Western diplomacy and justice systems are failing to do so. Fully educated in both Western academics and the indigenous way of knowing, the King stands uniquely positioned to bring understanding to a chaotic world. Ladies and gentlemen, King Edmund Kelly E. Paki Silva Jr.
Aloha, good morning. Before I begin, the speakers before me spoke with love, dedication to truth, and the call to bring about peace and reconciliation to this world. Oftentimes, we talk about peace and nothing else happens. Today, it's my hope to call upon all the world leaders to stand up, be men of integrity and honor, and fight for justice, peace, and reconciliation. And to listen to the women in your life, because therein lies the truth. They come from a very strong foundation of truth because, like Mother Earth, we are from the earth. And as indigenous people, we know this knowledge. We know it to be true. And that knowledge is ingrained in us as indigenous men and women. I'm the hereditary king of Hawaii simply because by blood. But before I continue, I want to acknowledge a few people. Under this roof, in this hallowed hall, we must be brutally honest in speaking truth to light that will lead to peace, healing, enforcement, and reconciliation. I want to acknowledge and extend my hand of aloha to our host, the people of Panama, Dr. Melita Harris Barrow, and to all who imagined this historic moment into reality. It took a lot of courage for them to put this together, a lot of strength, and I recognize their strength to bring about peace and reconciliation, but mostly for standing up for those who cannot fight for themselves. And that's what we are here for. I'd be a terrible king if I didn't fight for my people, anymore for you who are African descendants who would not fight for their people. And that is what I'm here today to encourage you to stand up and be that power, the power that leads from a place of peace and grace, of humility. And it is that humility, that alone will conquer the world of hate and anger and frustration. We know the past, we know the history. We can talk about it all day long, from 7, 8, 9 generations back. Although that's important, we know that history. What is it that we're going to do right now? This very moment. This is a historic event. This very moment. What are we going to do? So, how many warriors do I have here? How many of you trust yourself? If you tell me you don't trust yourself, that means I can't trust you to move forward, to build a better nation. And it starts right here. And we cannot lead from the front and step down and have someone else lead in your stead. I believe in 3 things. I believe in God. I believe in my people. I believe in the people here. And I believe in myself. Today, you heard about people talking about the truth. So I want to ask, what is the truth? Well, truth is a protected bodyguard of lies. In the first stage, it is hated. In the second stage, it is violently opposed. And in the third stage, there it is, the truth. Truth. As an indigenous man, king, grandfather, father, son, brother, uncle, and great-uncle, how can I, in good conscience, address peace and reconciliation without first discussing the great evil, recognized for what it is, evil. For over 50 years, many of my people went before the United Nations to address the corruption and theft of the kingdom. But justice is not only blind, it is also dumb and deaf. There are facts and evidence that strengthens my academic findings. The United States of America stole the Kingdom of Hawaii for its resources, particularly for Pearl Harbor. Case in point, U.S. Public Law 103-150, the apology resolution passed by the U.S. Congress and signed into law by President William J. Clinton, November 23, 1993, apologizes to Native Hawaiians for the overthrow of the lawful government of the Kingdom of Hawaii. They admitted, and in the same stroke, protected their crime with a disclaimer saying, nothing in this joint resolution is intended to serve as a settlement of any claims against the United States of America. Their term, non-binding, highlights the hypocrisy therein. That's the uncomfortable, that's a lie. And the truth is surrounded by that lie. Indigenous nations are often disregarded and face discrimination and persecution and prosecution in the legal system of those very countries who use colonization to overcome them. This leaves them vulnerable to extreme violence and abuse. Those who have spoken against these atrocities ended up in prison, beaten, or murdered. That's the truth. Where did this root of all evil start? Where did it come from? The Vatican. In the year 1455, Pope Nicholas V, a Romanist pontifex, created the doctrine of discovery. That in 1493, Pope Alexander VI declared this vile document holy. Holy. On the contrary, this unholy document gave absolute power to murder, rape, and exterminate all indigenous people who were not Christians, and to take their lands and natural resources, all in the name of God. If that's the case, their God is a murderer, liar, thief, rapist, child molester, bigot, adulterer, racist, and coward. My God is benevolent, omnipotent, omnipresent, slow to anger, forgiving, and loving. That's the God I know. The Catholic Church used God's sacred name for evil, evil that created unimaginable, unconscionable pain without consequences or accountability. The order from the Vatican labeled all indigenous peoples, that's us, as subhumans, a mistake that God created, and they should be exterminated. This disease, bigotry, and inhumane acts from the Vatican killed more people than any other disease in the history of the world. For the record, my God, our God, makes no mistakes. And it is because of His will, and His will alone, we are here today to address these atrocities and these problems and to stand up. I lead from the front. Those who want to follow with me can. I don't lead from the back. The only way you're going to affect change and make things happen is not by just talking, but doing action. Action that is right and just, good, for the betterment of all of us. I don't advocate violence. I advocate peace, but to do it in a succinct, good way with strength. And my voice is strong, but I promise you, if all of you stand with me and Dr. Morrow and those who are here, our voice together is much, much stronger, and the world cannot fight all of us. Theoretically, the indigenous people are the majority on this planet. We are the majority. The old adage, the path to hell was paved with good intentions, was true since the beginning of humankind. The papal bull or decree gave way not to conquest, but to crimes against humanity. Pope Nicholas V granted the Portuguese and Spain, the Spaniards, absolute control over Africa. Africans have suffered intense agony since the 1100s through the 1800s as this great evil took millions of people from Western and Central Africa into the Americas and the Caribbean. The transatlantic slave trade began around the 15th century when Portugal and several European kingdoms, armed with the doctrine of discovery, expanded their unholy crusade not to save souls, but to exploit, dominate, murder, kidnap, and steal without mercy. Was this kindness? Or was this a love of a true God? No. No. The sword of evil has gone unchecked since the issuing of the doctrine of discovery. Federal government and the law enforcement agencies around the world, such as the International Court, ICC, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, the United Nations and human rights agencies have done nothing but talk without end. Yet, our people continue to suffer. In 1493, Pope Alexander VI issued Inter Caetera, among other things, using the doctrine of discovery to justify European alleged discovery of new lands and waterways with absolute right to do as they wished to the ancestral people and lands. These continents were Africa, Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and Americas. Between 1492 and 1600, 90% of the indigenous population in Americas died. 90% died. Who gave man power over another man to say, I will cause its destruction? Who does that? By my calculations, more than 80 million people perish because of violence and never before experienced pathogens like smallpox, measles, influenza, syphilis, genital shingles, genital warts, hepatitis B, and gonorrhea that decimated the First Nations people nearly to extinction. The colonizers and armed U.S. military and sophisticated weaponry destroying the natives who were no match with bows and arrows, slings, rocks, sticks, and makeshift knives. The doctrine fueled white supremacy as white European settlers claimed they were instruments of God, doing the will of God. As proclaimed by the Vatican, they were told that they possessed cultural superiority. Evil spread throughout like a plague. Millions murdered, women and children were raped, and then forced into slavery. Such evil had no rival. The monstrous evil that started from the Vatican in the 1400s is well and alive in the 20th century. In reality, the absolute denial of the native land rights was replaced then 50 years later when Charles V sought the advice of Francisco de Vitoria as to what the Spanish could legally and morally claim in the New World. Victoria, in a clear rebuttal to the Pope and the discovery notion, declared that the native peoples were the true owners of their lands. That included Africa, all of us, said David Wilkins, a well-known Apache scholar of today. The doctrine of discovery was the inspiration in the 1800s for the Monroe Doctrine, which declared U.S. hegemony over the Western Hemisphere and manifest destiny, which justified American expansion westward by propagating the belief that the U.S. was destined to control all land from the Atlantic to the Pacific and beyond. In an 1823 Supreme Court case, Johnson versus McIntosh, the doctrine of discovery became part of U.S. federal law and was used to disinherit Native American Indians off their lands. In a unanimous decision, Chief Justice John Marshall writes that the principles of discovery gave European nations an absolute right to New Worlds and New World lands, and Native peoples certain rights of occupancy. As recently as 2005, liberal Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, in her opinion, cited an 1823 decision that stopped the Oneida people from gaining their lands, now modern New York. But before the doctrine of discovery, they owned that land, not the United States. Religion is, in this particular case, is the direct cause of wars that actually span from 1100s to the current day. The Vatican European rulers are the evil that has not been called out to account for the crimes against humanity. More precisely, the indigenous peoples of Africa, Panama, the Pacific Islanders, and Americas. Speaking as an indigenous man, for humanity to survive, we must go back to a spiritual compass rather than a religious consciousness. Therein lies the dichotomy. Spiritual to me means one's essence of being in harmony with nature. the natural world, humanity, and the Great Spirit. Religion is a belief system. If one religion does not agree with another religion belief system, war breaks out. There's problems and animosity, but it shouldn't be that. A spiritual being that we are as indigenous people is that we don't go to harm another person or a living soul. There are many great men in history who spoke truth but were silenced. Crazy Horse in 1840 to 1877 from Oglala, Lakota Sioux Nation said, "Upon suffering beyond suffering, the Red Nation shall rise again and shall be a blessing for a sick world, a world filled with broken promises, selfishness, and separations, a world longing for light again. I see a time for 7 generations when all colors of mankind will gather under the sacred tree of life. The whole earth will become one circle again. In that day, there will be those among the Lakota who will carry knowledge and understanding of unity among all living things. Russell Means, in 1939 to 2012, was a renowned freedom fighter for his people, the Great Sioux Nation, all indigenous peoples, as well as human rights. Mr. Means was deeply saddened by how we treated one another on this planet. And he would say, "Cowards die 1,000 times. A person of courage dies but once." Are we people of courage? Are we people of destiny? Are we going to fight for what we know is right? Or are we going to cower? I see a lot of champions here. I don't see cowards. Cowards are a dime a dozen. You see them everywhere. But people who stand up, that's the kind of people I want right beside me. Right beside me, to fight the good battle, to bring about peace, a positive change and reconciliation to us, to this world. The kingdom is doing its part into saving humanity from themselves by creating Halau Aumalumalu, the House of Enlightenment and Peace, also called the Peace Center. That is what I am creating in the Hawaiian Islands. And I believe the Peace Center will possibly replace the United Nations, because there all nations will be able to come there and talk about peace and reconciliation and talk about the things that that nation needs besides water and good food, medical, and the things that we need to survive in this world. The greatest thing the Peace Center will bring about is Ho'oponopono, the right to be forgiven, the right to be upset, the right to speak your piece, and the right to walk out with a good, clear conscience as who you are. Aside from that, I'm building the first international indigenous world court, where in my court system, we'll have enforcement powers. We'll listen to all the crimes committed against indigenous peoples all over the world. I have selected various judges, indigenous men and women, to preside, to look at the crimes committed, and to call those people who committed these crimes to accountability. There are many malfeasances here and many things that have gone wrong throughout the years, but nothing has been done. And very little, if that, by the United Nations, the ICC, and ICJ. As an indigenous man and king of a noble nation, in creating this indigenous world, international world court, we can bring justice. Everything that has gone on can be heard, and our voice can be strong. And I believe, without a doubt, that it will succeed. If I didn't, I wouldn't be doing it. What I just spoke about is called Ho'oponopono. On my dad's side of the family, Her Royal Majesty Queen Liliuokalani said she was my cousin. The cause of Hawaii and its independence is larger and dearer than the life of any man connected with it. Love of country is deep-seated in the breast of every Hawaiian, whatever his station. She's right. As king, to me, the entire world is Hawaii. I'm no different from you, and you're no different from me. I have 2 arms and 2 legs. I'm a human. I can think, I can walk, I can act. I feel sickness, I feel shame, I feel good, I feel everything, as we human beings do. There should never be borders. What does borders do is separate us. And that separation prohibits the outside world to understand what is going on in your country. That's not going to happen as I build the International Indigenous World Court. And even today, as I speak to world leaders around the world, I always encourage them to stand firm, stand tough, and defend and protect your people. I call the men to be men of integrity and honor. Those are the kind of men I like to talk to. I go to the gym and spar with them and play with them and have a good competition. The women in our lives to be confident and proud of who we are as men, that we listen to them. So I'm encouraging you to listen to Mother Earth. Mother Earth is talking to us. That's who we are as indigenous people. Therefore, by violating the rules of law, the Vatican exterminated every human decency and human rights for the First Nations people as though they never existed. In their religious teachings, one single man in history stood up against the evils of man, and that was Jesus Christ. In the New Testament, John 13:34, he said, "A new command I give you, love one another. As I have loved you, so must you love one another." How difficult is that? That shouldn't be difficult. Why can't we just reach across and hug each other and say, "Aloha, brother. Aloha, sister. Mai ka ino, aloha. Kuma mai. Welcome to my home." I remember a time in my youth that I experienced that through my ohana, my family. We need to start doing that more often. When I first met Dr. Barrow, I said, "I'm a Hawaiian. I love to hug." So I hugged her with love and compassion. Because that's who we are as indigenous people. We're not afraid to express our love and who we are as people. We're not afraid of that. No one should be. The Bible, believed to be the Word of God and used by Christians around the world, is absolute law, even celestial or heavenly law, which supersedes all laws on earth. It's constantly being violated by the Vatican and Christians worldwide. There is no greater law than that of the Word of God. In order for there to be peace without borders across the planet that we call home, the Vatican must apologize and overturn the doctrine of discovery. This apology must have enforcement powers to see that this order is carried out and never repeated again. So in closing, I will say, therefore, today, in front of all of you, the world and Almighty God, on this 19th day of May, 2022, I, Edmund Cayley E. Silva, Jr., the hereditary king of the Kingdom of Hawaii, no kia kua kia pui o Hawaii, am not asking, but I'm directing the Vatican's Chief Magistrate, Pope Francis, whose proper name is Jose Mario Bergoglio, who is Bishop of Rome, Vicar of Jesus Christ, successor of the Prince of the Apostles, Supreme Pontiff of the Universal Church, Primate of Italy, Archbishop and Metropolitan of the Roman Providence, Sovereign of the State of the Vatican City, Servant of the Servants, to overturn the doctrine of discovery effective immediately, and to personally apologize to all the indigenous nations that were negatively impacted by this decree issued by his ancestors, Pope Nicholas V and Pope Alexander VI, for the crimes against humanity. Africa, England, the Americas, Hawaii, France, New Zealand, Panama City, the United States of America, Netherlands, and all nations vastly impacted by European royals They too must apologize for the crimes against indigenous nations. My voice is strong. But together can be stronger. You know, I have a saying that I much rather hear an uncomfortable truth than a comfortable lie. We need to stop lying to each other. We need to be strong. We need to be honest with each other. We need to speak truth to light always. And in my opinion, that's how we can unite as a people. And I pray this day that we found the mantle of truth that we can rally around and we can forge this new path to true forgiveness, true peace and reconciliation. I thank Dr. Barrow and all those who put this event together for inviting me here. This has been the best day of my life, is to be here and to be amongst champions, leaders, those that aren't afraid. Don't be afraid, stand up, be strong. And I'm always here. And I like to be there to guide you and to protect you. But most importantly, I need for all of us not to look backwards. There's nothing back there. Just look forward. And today is that day. Thank you for having me. Aloha.
Wonderful speech from the King Edmund Paki Silva Jr. Wow, what a wonderful event. Now we are going to call up again Dr. Melida Harris Barrow, who is going to give us a few words of this wonderful experience we had together as brothers and sisters this beautiful morning.
Yipiko kwintake enhle kwilizwe liphela yini namadoda? Hayi. Isithe daffodil in the Rocky Valley. Inyibi bintyatyambe eqaqambileyo enqabeni eziqhotyeni ngaphakathi kwamalwalwa kusini na? Hayi. Dr. Melinda Harris Barrow, the president of the 6th Region Global Chamber of Commerce. Good Dr. Harris Melinda Barrow, Imbokodo, the global moss, the dusky dragon's snow like a morning dew on a mountain Hermon, moving, spinning within the merry-go-round of the rotating earth, advancing our lives, instilling a sense of courage, bravery, and reconciling the Mother Africa globally. In shape you find her. With shape we reach our global dream. For shape is the source of power in fulfilling God's purpose about your life. Sithi ncatsho mbokodo, ncatsho mazembelemde, ncatsho mazemabela bhongxileko kuncancisa indwadunge, nenkedama zaliliswe. Mind hold of generations. Redeem and release of humankind from stumbling blocks and obstacles of our daily living. Woman of all dispensations, devourer of truth, love and peace, conceiving it in your righteous heart, giving birth to the life-giving pioneers by not accepting any discrimination, hypocrisy and low status. Sitting Ngato, oh, you are the lioness, like Queen Nani of the Maroons. You are the giant of our times, like Queen Zinga, who has fought against the slave trade during the Spanish and the Portuguese times. You are the lioness. I know it's not easy, the journey to transformation. The hill is not scarlet, it's slippery, but through your compassion and dedication, this world will become a better place to live in. Take courage. Take courage. Uthi uJehova umdali wezulu nomhlaba kuJoshua chapter 1 verse 5. Akuyikho umuntu phambi kwakho. Kuya yonke imihlo kudla kwakho ubomi. Kodwa yomelela ukhaliphe. Be strong and courageous. Athi Mahatma Gandhi ngenye imini, our strength does not come from physical capacity, but it comes from indomitable will. Thabo Mbeki once said, gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. We should not be despondent when the weather is bad, nor become triumphalist because the sun shines. For our strength as people is not tested during the best of times. Trying times need courage and resilience. Sithi xoxo vidywa yimabhoko endincanca tsake dirham.
Bayete! 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 It is time to rise. It is time to rise. We have been sleeping for a long time. We have been sleeping for a long time. Now we are awake. We are so awake that what you're seeing right here, they are going through the same problems we are. I cannot leave my indigenous people behind. Bayete! Bayete! My young people, my indigenous brothers and sisters, this is the new generation. This is the new generation. Panama, listen to me. We can no longer treat our indigenous people like we have been. They belong to this nation. They were here before you. But we never see them. Every time I see my indigenous people, they're dancing. They're dancing for those that are oppressing them. No longer are you going to dance. Ya no van a bailar para ellos que están oprimiendo a sus pueblos. No longer. I've been working with my young people in the indigenous towns, teaching them business, teaching them how to have the courage in order to fight the oppression. They are builders. They are creators. And now they belong, and their land belongs here. And my brothers from Africa, it is time now for you to come to these regions and build with your brothers and sisters. Our mindset needs to change. They are our brothers and sisters. They're not foreigners. Even between us Africans, we look at each other as foreigners. When you go to the United States, you think that they are foreigners. Let me tell you something today. We are all one people. Let me tell you something today. We are all one people. And if you don't think that we are, then you got to work on the mindset. They have separated us through language, religion. They have separated us through everything that they could find for us to be separated. This is the new beginning. That now all of us, even my young people, we're going to be one. Not two, not three. We're going to be one. And now they know this is the leader of the group. Tú eres el líder del grupo. Y vas a hablar ahora mismo en decir. Now you're going to talk about what is happening in your community and how we can help. You see, this is not a conference. Let me tell you that first of all. This is reality. It's not a conference. It's not a forum. It is us joining with each other. And I want you, yo quiero que tú hables por el pueblo. Because what I'm doing is this. All the indigenous, the 8 tribes, comarcas, we're going to join together. Don't care what differences it may be. So he's going to say something about his tribe.
Buenos días a todos. Gracias, doctora Melida Harris Barrow, por permitirnos estar en este encuentro, ser parte de este histórico evento de encuentro de reconciliación de la Madre África y sus diásporas. Nos honra acompañar acá a ustedes junto con nuestro equipo de trabajo que está acá, a los compañeros que venimos de los distintos puntos de la comarca Ngobe-Buglé y en representación del pueblo indígena de Panamá y sobre todo de nuestra alma Ngobe-Buglé. Para mí es un espacio único e importante y que vamos a seguir contribuyendo a través de nuestra participación porque como escuché en la intervención anterior hecho por los doctores sobre nuestros grupos indígenas y somos orgullosos de ser indígenas y sobre todo nuestra cultura milenaria que nosotros lo llevamos en la sangre, que nuestros ancestros lucharon, que ellos creyeron que nosotros podíamos tener nuestros propios líderes, nuestras propias autoridades que nos podían representar. Y esa resistencia indígena que llevamos en la sangre, hoy les podemos demostrar que estamos aún en la lucha por la resistencia de nuestra cultura milenaria y que se va a seguir empoderando a lo largo de los tiempos. Dios primero podamos seguir teniendo este encuentro, doctora, para que nosotros sigamos también proyectando. No solamente eso, demostrar que aquí no se ha perdido todo, que aquí no se nos han robado todo. Aquí seguimos de pie, seguimos caminando porque así Dios quiso y somos nuestra parte del pueblo y que podemos también hacer grandes cosas. En la historia que escuché anteriormente, nos vinieron a robar las tierras, nos vinieron a ofrecer culturas foráneas a la nuestra, pero no nos rendimos. Con este encuentro busquemos la paz, la unidad, la reconciliación, el encuentro de diáspora que estamos presentando hoy, que no sea solamente de encontrarnos, sino que llevar a la acción las verdaderas grandezas que tenemos como nuestro grupo y nuestro pueblo, orígenes tanto de la América, de África y todos nosotros. Gracias por ser parte de este evento, gracias por considerarnos y pues Dios todos podamos seguir hacia adelante con nuestro proyecto.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bayete! Bayete! Before we get off the stage, I want to share something with you. I haven't been able to have a good rest. That is because my ancestors have been coming in my dreams for many years. And finally, this black, white, with white hair, she came in my dreams. And she said, "What are you doing, Dr. Barrow? What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm connecting Africa and the diaspora." And she said, "You're doing nothing." This was in my dream. She said, "You're doing nothing. Let me show you something." She said, "Look to your right." And I looked to my right. And she took me back into slavery. And you have to know this, because you have to know where this started. And she said to me, "Look to your right." And I looked to my right. And all I saw was disaster, how we were being treated during slavery. I woke up crying, and I understood at that point what my ancestors wanted me to see. And I came out of that dream crying. And I said, "I don't think I'm doing this right. I have to bring my brothers and sisters, my indigenous brothers and sisters, and the world together. How do I do that?" And I thought about something very important. You see, for many years, when I was growing up, I believed about black and white and what we have been going through, racism, oppression. But there's one thing I realized, is that those that's oppressing the people, they're weak. But they need you to believe that you're nothing. And when you believe that you're nothing, it increases their mentality to think that they are powerful and you are nothing. You see, this is not about color. They made you believe it's about color. And we believed it because of what we went through. But let me tell you something. I don't believe in this color thing. I will never, ever believe it again. Because if I believe I am nothing, I will be nothing. If we believe that white people are powerful, then we are wrong. You see, Africa is not poor, it's rich. I'll repeat that again. Africa is not poor, they are rich. The problem is that we have to change the mindset that they have created for us to believe that. Are you listening to me? We are believing something that is not truth. And because of that, we are where we are today. Europe is poor. The whole of Europe is poor. That's why they are in your land. They are in your land because your mind is poor. They train you, they have taught you that you're nothing and they are something. It stops today. The world, are you listening to me? It stops today. When you complain about your children should be in the best of school, then build it. Because no one that hates you and think of you of nothing will build a school to teach you to override or become more powerful than they are. It's you, it's not them. It is you that's believing what really doesn't exist. And if we keep believing that, then we will be where we are today. So the message to Africa, the message to Latin America and the world, we are rich. We are rich. And we have to understand something. As we continue to allow those that still oppressing us, we talk about slavery as though it's the past. We talk about colonialism as though it's the past. It's still here. It is still here. Are you guys listening to me? It's still here. It's not the past. It's the now. It's just sophisticated, and you can't see it. So now what we're getting ready to do, this vision came to me this morning as I was driving here. And the vision is this. Now we have to have the reconciliation between the indigenous to reconcile with each other. Because you're fighting with each other, but don't understand this is spiritual. We have to get back on track. And as of today, we're getting back on track. Give applause to my indigenous brothers and sisters, the youth, and Africa. Thank you very much. Vámonos. Bayete. Say it like you believe it. Freedom. Freedom. Now. Thank you very much.
Oh, what a wonderful morning we had with this. Hello, thank you. After this, we need to just give thanks to all of you to be here this morning. And we want to especially say thanks to all the speakers who will be here, Dr. Julius Garvey, Dr. Agatha William, and King Edmund Paki Silva Jr. And we have something good waiting for us outside. We can get a little coffee, tea. Meanwhile, the lunchtime would be at 12. So don't go too far, stay around, because we will be continuing with more joy, with more happiness, with more confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to be here this morning. Keep walking, keep doing, keep enjoying us. And the public who want to take some pictures and have, some kind of experience with the personalities, we have kings, queens, and other diplomatic people. This is the moment to have it. Enjoy it. We have another announcement. To the guests of this event are invited to go to the restaurant Art, who is in the PB floor, to have the lunch. Invitados especiales, a los invitados de este evento que tengan los gafetes, se les informa que pueden bajar al restaurante Art, que está en la planta baja, para degustar el almuerzo. Gracias. And the devices you get to can understand the speeches, please leave it at the table. The devices you received, put it back, leave it there at the table. Los equipos que les entregaron para la traducción, por favor déjenlos en la mesa. Gracias.
waka waka baby, uru uru baby, corner corner baby. And I go tell my mama, and I go tell my papa, and I go tell am say, you be waka waka baby, you be chuku chuku baby, baby sawale, sawa sawa sawale, sawa sawa sawale. Pom pom, ikorokotom, ikom pom, ikorokotom, ikom pom, ikorokotom, ikom pom, ikorokotom. Pakolopa, 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 ikom pom. Ajari papa, ukuma baby, achukurege, ikom pom. Ashawo, awusha, awusha, ashawo, ashawo, awusha, ikom pom. Pom pom. And the baby sawa lele, sawa le, sawa 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 le. My baby, let me feel it. 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 My baby, wanna feel it. Lahi lahi ilala, aboki manu ready suya. Aki aki alcohol. Me I want to chop money. I get them plenty plenty plenty. Looking for sexy sexy sexy. I want some porokotom potom pom. She con the pium 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 pium. Waka waka baby, uru uru baby, corner corner baby. And I go tell my mama, and I go tell my papa, and I go tell am say, you be waka waka baby, you be chuku chuku baby, baby sawale, sawa sawa sawale, sawa sawa sawale. Pom pom, ikorokotom, ikom pom, ikorokotom, ikom pom, ikorokotom, ikom pom, ikorokotom. Pakolopa, 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 ikom pom. Ajari papa, ukuma baby, achukurege, ikom pom. Ashawo, awusha, awusha, ashawo, ashawo, awusha, pom pom. Pom pom. And the baby sawa lele, sawa le, sawa 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 le. Mr. Flavor, one that side. Realness. What the wild one that side.
Esa negrita quiere bailar en la fiesta patronal, revela todo en su caminar, con su belleza que es sin igual. Cuando mueve la colita, lo hace con que suyo. Ella tiene mucho caché, se ve que quiere curucucumpe, y ella tiene cutucuncum, waka waka baby, chucu chucu mami, como baila chichi, le diré a tu mamá. Le diré a tu papá, le diré lo que tú quieres bailar, el chucu chucu mamá, baby baila como es, baila como es, baila como es, baila como es, baila como es. Pum pum, pupuru pupum, pum pum, pupuru pupum. Achura bebe, achukurege, pum pum pum. Ashawa, awisha, awisha, ashawa, ashawa, awisha, pum pum. Pum pum, baby, baila como es. Baila como es. Baila como es. La chichi quiere bailar, la chichi quiere bailar, la chichi quiere bailar, la chichi quiere bailar.
I want to know what's up. Your honey pot in my number one in town. If you cooking and cook up, begin and cook. Anywhere she enter, baby, they must casala. Hey, hey. Baby, more, sweetie, more, honey, more, baby, more, African flamingo, Rwanda, Piaku, Uwabu, Wachuku, electric fire, baby, fire, baby, fire. You know, neck, Ekaite, you know, neck, in your bum, you know, neck. My Carolina, you know, neck, baby, Nayoka, hey, hey. Baby, Nayoka, Ashobodo, Igbo, Indianapolis, Miami, Connefe, Gucci, Prada, designer, corner, yeah. Anywhere she enter, baby, they cause casala. Baby, more, sweetie, more, honey, more, baby, more, African flamingo, Rwanda, Piaku, Uwabu, Wachuku, electric fire, baby, fire, baby, fire. You know, neck, Ekaite, you know, neck. Souké, dansez, dansez. Some folks took me to a party in a nice pub in the city. Sweet music playing, the people dancing. All of a sudden, a lady shout, "Where your bike, where your bike, where your bike before Sunday? Where your bike, where your bike, where your bike before Sunday?" A vampire, Sukuya, the bloodsucker, you're Dracula. It's burning and burning and burning. 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 Miss Lady, where Sonny bite you? Right there, right there, right there. Miss Lady, where Oscar bite you? Right there, right there, right there. Ouch. 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 The couple was up in a corner, drinking apple John Pepsi Cola. She dancing, but she moving weird, weird. I feel the drinks gone up in she head. Where your bike, where your bike, where your bike before Sunday? Where your bike, where your bike, where your bike before Sunday? The vampire, you're Sukuya, you're bloodsucker, you're Dracula. It's burning and burning and burning. 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 Miss Lady, where Sonny bite you? Right there, right there, right there. Miss Lady, where Oscar bite you? Right there, right there, right there. Miss Lady, where Dragon bite you? Right there, right there, right there. Miss Lady, where Devil bite you? Right there, right there, right there. Oh,
Jack Sides.
Baby girl, you the egg of my eye. You the blind me like sun rays. And your love is overflowing, telling me what more can I say? So deeply, you're the only one that gets me completely. 24/7, till I feel you Monday to Sunday. Try like any like love, you don't make me the high and the happy and the proud. Girl, I can never have it any other way. And that's the reason why me gotta say I'm officially down. When your love for me is so crazy, I'm officially down. The way you loving me is blinding me. I'm officially down. Baby, this is no democracy. I'm officially down. The only way I see, the only way I move. Me, I don't really care what's in all this. Couldn't make up for your mother. Me and you, the bulletproof vest. You know, say nobody bada bada. Anybody try you, I go shoot the motherfucker. Ever blessing, you amazing, you a blessing. Heaven sent him, complimenting, yeah, your loving, rudimenting, mama that. And that's the reason why me and they say I want sunny. Your love for me is so precious. I want sunny. The way you're loving me is blinding me. I want sunny. Baby, this is no democracy. Oh, sunny. Only you ever see, only you ever move. Sunny. Your love for me is so precious. Sunny. The way you're loving me is blinding me. Sunny. Baby, this your love is sweet to me. Sunny. Only you ever see, only you ever move. Me go back.
Nous toutes faites même genre, si on se trace une seule famille, on pas comme ça pour nous travailler, pour nous savoir on remet l'autre. La vie c'est trop court, pour nous savoir vivre chien manger chien, nous toutes nous c'est frères, gardez on remet l'autre. Je vends d'avant. Yo, yo. chanter, c'est colibri t'as volé en laissé pléa. Sous la terre, tout est pour sentir nous gagnons. Vini tutte sa, les aiguilles di orchestra, la neta la nous balança, tout à la vraiment nous pète le pas. C'est ça yo besoin, ça yo ka attendre, pas les plus loin, pas une question, pas faisant trop illusion, pas ça l'état là, nous toujours là. Fuck Vini ouais ça, ambiance toi cajola. Fuck Vini ouais ça. Gardez manière nous qu'à swinguer, vini bon modèle pour autres swinguer. Faites attention pas trop copier, si vous suivez na imanéye. Gardez manière nous qu'à swinguer, vini bon modèle pour autres swinguer. Faites attention pas trop copier, si vous suivez na imanéye. Swing, 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 swing. Attention à la cadence. Attention, précaution, des vérifications. Baila mori, belle macadam, John Police là. Dis-moi ça qui qu'a mangé. Baila mori, belle macadam, bon à manger. Moi j'ai pliché, moi j'ai pliché, moi j'ai pliché. Faut nous comprendre aujourd'hui. Tout ça nous est venu. Faut que dis mamie merci. Fait qu'on arrive bouilli. Arrêtez importer Yes, I. Je suis souvent branché. Capital, je vais peut-être gagner des millions. J'ai dit peut-être. Et si tu peux, vis ma vie. C'est mon choix. Si tu veux, ça se discute. Sur cette planète où le voyage, c'est explosif. Où vos bains. On peut d'accord, pas d'accord, on peut d'accord, on peut d'accord, nous pas d'accord, on peut d'accord. On va faire le match dans une zone interdite. Aïe la vie, moi. 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 Je regarde la télé comme ça. P. Aïe la vie, moi. Aïe la vie, moi. Mi la vie. Aïe la vie, moi. Sans peu pour moi. Aïe la vie, moi. Mon corps oublié, tu dis. La vie, moi. Mon corps levé, puis tu dis. Aïe la vie, moi. Il n'y a que la vérité qui compte. Sans aucun doute. Attention à la marche. Oh, oh, ça va savoir. Yes. Je suis souvent branché. Capital, je vais peut-être gagner des millions. Et si tu peux, vis ma vie. C'est mon choix. Si tu veux, si tu peux, discute. Sur cette planète où l'on voyage, c'est explosif. On va bye bye, yeah. Agé. Coupe d'accord, pas d'accord, pas d'accord, pas d'accord, pas d'accord, souffler d'accord, ouais. On va faire le match. À la douce.
Be a badness.
Special request for the nice and decent girls, you know what I mean? Russian, tell them I no one alone. I no 3, I no 4, I no 5, I no 6 girls lying in a line. Some I wait, some I skip, and I listen up to your sweet lyrics. And I no A alone. I no B, I no C, I no D, I no F girls. Say me a the prince, them a me princess, me a the king, them a me empress. Me want know where me go, make them a cry over me. So ask them where me go, make them a cry over me. So hey, what? Sing it on a dance already. What you ma do? I no feel regular type of thing. Well, sometimes I DJ and sometimes I sing. Yeah, me full of style and I know one type of thing. Girls love me enough like the ink on my skin. Boy, I criticize, but it's an African thing. And I no laughing, I no show off thing. But trust me and believe when me talking. Say I no one alone. And I no 3, I no 4, I no 5, I no 6. Girl, back up on the stage, so live in the front door. And all I want, me love you know. Hey, alone. And I no B, I no C, I no D, I no F. Well, 100%. When I time for the test, when me work, yeah,
some keys on the back. Squaddy take your money if you not take no shot. I got a mill on the front, keys on the back. Stop and lock up, ooh, your favorite lead that I got a mill on the front, keys on the back. Bribe me way out of my strategy that I got a mill on the front, keys on the back. Push come to shove me just run left that when I'm coming from your country. Only thing about me mind, I be reach down and make me delivery. Me I say them have a roadblock, but you know me I'm a pilot slippery. Can't get too jumpy, you have become only clown get jittery. Jailhouse to fit to me. I got a mill on the front and some keys on the back. Squaddy take your money if you not take no chat. I got a mill on the front, keys on the back. Stop and lock up, ooh, your favorite lead that I got a mill on the front, keys on the back. Bribe me way out of my strategy that I got a mill on the front, keys on the back.
Tantoli, big woman, Tantoli. You better make sure your body no solid. Yeah, Tantoli, big woman, Tantoli. Hold the one, yeah. Tantoli, big woman, Tantoli. Your skin so smooth, yeah. Rub me, yeah, rub it. She say, whoa, when we in there, whoa. When in ring, I get fling where, whoa. When you shoulda hear she a sing, say. She say she love it, me know she love it. Chuki, me a chuki will be maka. Swell up, she a swell up, her body get fatter. Say she have a man, but she is like fatter. Mata me na mata. Stama she a, come a she a stama. Hammer me a hammer. Body on a fire, she a ball for your mama. Chillani, you know ya mixed with the green banana. Tantoli, big woman, Tantoli. Tantoli, big woman, Tantoli. You better make sure your body no solid. Yeah, Tantoli, big woman, Tantoli. Hold the one, yeah. Tantoli, big woman, Tantoli. Your skin so smooth, yeah. Rub me, yeah, rub it. She say, whoa, when we in there, whoa. When in ring, I get fling where, whoa. When you shoulda hear she a sing, say. She say she love it, me know she love it. Move her knees, can't move her neck, can't move her skin full of bruise. Body improve and she don't lose with the pan and love cruise until she confuse. Underestimate the gun she boy become me mother. Now she make me foot loose. So when she a broke out in a dancer style, me pull her in a the corner and say, hey girl, Tantoli, big woman, Tantoli. And touch your two ankle them. Some gyal a say them ready, but they too bad for them gyal turn up. And touch your two ankle them. When you see them up and they make you flat for them gyal turn up. Your body flexible, you know cranky, turn up. You know retarded, you know handy, turn up. You clean from your hair to your turn up. Tell a gyal, Lego, you make your body free, oh. Your body hotter, your body no season. Your head sicker when the liquor creep up. When you wine, every man in the happy and preload. Which love? You mad? You know give a free love. And any man you give a love, a figure reload. Hand to hand, them a must queen love. Foot to foot, them a must revoke. Girl, any man where you love him a fi stay. Some girl a love the man and no see him another day, girl. Any man where you love him a fi stay. Big and serious and I know you have you fit turn up. And touch your two ankle there. Some girl a say them ready, but they too bad for them, girl turn up. And touch your two ankle there. When you see them up and you make a new plan for them, girl turn up. Your body flexible, you know cranky, turn up. You know retarded, you know handy, turn up. You clean from your hair to your turn up. Yeah, your shoes now squeeze up your foot. Yeah, and you're happy with the way you look. You not be hide from the light, you no crook. You no matter if you're in a them good book. Girl, you just a wind up your body just because you can. Back it up, man a girl man. You no have no back problem. When me say bend over, no problem. Turn up, and touch your two ankle there. Some girl a say them ready, but they too bad for them, girl. Turn up, and touch your two ankle there. When you see them up and you make a new plan for them, girl. Turn up, your body flexible, you know cranky. Turn up, you know retarded, you know handy.
Well, we announce that in a few very short moments, we'll be starting the next forum. Anunciamos que dentro de muy poco estamos iniciando el siguiente foro. Vayan tomando sus asientos. Let's keep having their seats. Feel comfortable because we will be very soon starting. Thank you.
Chebela,
fait la pluie tomber, qu'elle les hommes calavés, quand ta pays privé, bagage s'arrête, passer, bon passer, oh, quitter la belle des Antilles, pour danser plus au calme des Antilles, pour que faille ta tout massi, pour voyager, nous à l'autre pays. Est-ce que vous avez là? Renouveau! Avion, j'ai fait le tour du pays. Oui, crier tellement saisi, pays à vie et inhabité. Moi, j'ai à un seul côté, le boulot, ouais, à un seul côté. Mais pour carte d'identité, c'est pas de poste obligé de monter. Pays a des problèmes. Moi, je cherche des problèmes. Moi, j'ai le problème. Pour qu'il a marché. Président, t'en prie, tendez-moi, cherche mon gouvernement. Président, t'en prie, tendez-moi, nous pour qu'elle fasse saisissement, nous rater ton occasion. Avant un chita, chichesse là, considérez parenthèse là, nous va bien route, mettre charger auto. Ça l'envers, bagaille à fait dans le pays, oui, nous à l'envers, il y a du vent derrière. Si vous n'y avez écrit en français, mais c'est en créole, il y a pensé, mes amis là.
Bueno, estamos muy prontos a empezar. We will be waiting, but we'll not be waiting that long. We will be in 1 minute starting the forum.
Ces affaires nous rétablir, pays à salir sans sécurité, qui j'en ouvre pour touristes pour décoller. Oui, nous alors, il y a du vent derrière. L'autre bord de l'eau pour payer pour courant, dans le pays blanc, c'est blanc à route pour nous payer. Oh, vent derrière. Si on veut bouillot,
Hola, vamos a dar inicio al foro. Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Welcome, each one of you, to another wonderful event. This moment will be the forum talking about slavery, colonialism, and the transatlantic commerce. Bienvenidos todos al segundo foro del día. Aquí vamos a estar hablando sobre el tema de esclavitud, colonialismo y el comercio transatlántico. Sin más previos y sabiendo que esto está organizado por la Cámara de Comercio Global de la Sexta Región, and explaining again that these events are organized by the Sixth Region Global Chamber of Commerce. We're ready to enjoy this another one. Estamos listos para empezar. That is why I'm going to call to stage Dr. Melida Harris Barrow, who will give the first words to this another forum. Vamos a invitar a la doctora Melida Harris Barrow para abrir este segundo foro que está hablando sobre este nuevo tema. Recibámosla con un aplauso. Give her a round of applause.
Are you ready? Are we ready? We are going to speak about our history. We are going to speak about our history. And all the speakers that's going to come up now, they are going to speak truth about who we are, where we're going, and especially with love. So welcome again. This is the second part of something that we should have been doing a long time ago. And we have many years, many years. There's so many leaders in the past that have been doing this. But I just want to say, welcome again.
That's happiness, definitely. We're enjoying this commitment. Well, the first personality who is going to be sharing with us today in this forum is Prince Ermias Salih Selassie. He born 14 June 1960 in Addis Ababa, is the only son of Prince Salih Selassie of Ethiopia and Princess Mahisent Hapte Mariam. He is the grandson of Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia and furthermore of Djathmach Hapte Mariam Gibre Lixia Biher. The heir to the former Wiliga Kingdom of Liga Nagamed, and later served as governor of Wiliga province. Currently, the prince is the ninth in the line of succession to the vacant imperial throne. Ladies and gentlemen, Prince Ermias Salih Selassie.
Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I must say I have felt very welcome since arriving here yesterday late afternoon, and I so much enjoyed listening to such powerful speakers this morning and learned so much. And I'm looking forward to also learning more in the coming days. and spending time and getting to know more of you. So I've written a little reflection entitled Colonialism and the Unfinished Road to Freedom. So I will start by extending greetings to the ladies, gentlemen, and distinguished guests. And I'd like to also thank the organizers of this conference for giving us the opportunity, on behalf of my wife and my friends here, for sharing this wonderful forum with you. I've been very privileged in my life to have traveled quite widely, and I'm very happy to be here today to speak with you on some of the reflections I've had. And this trip has been no exception. I know little about the people of Panama and their culture, and I'm looking so much forward to learning much more. I'm grateful to be here to participate in the ongoing process of reuniting Africa with its diaspora. I'm especially grateful to collaborate with my fellow Nigerian, Congolese colleagues, representatives of the traditional institutions on our wonderful continent in Africa. This is a unique opportunity to discuss with you the history of colonialism and the challenges of decolonization. My country, Ethiopia, is unique in the struggle against colonialism. We have maintained our independence and sovereignty in the face of the scramble for Africa. The brief years of Italian occupation at the start of World War II were the trigger for a greater awakening across Africa and throughout the African diaspora. My grandfather, the late Emperor Haile Selassie, stood alone in front of the great powers of the world in defense of the rights of the poor and the weak in the face of aggression. As the scepter of war looms today, his words still have so much meaning to the world, more than ever before. But His Majesty did not emerge from a vacuum. He was only the latest in a long and proud line of Ethiopian resistance against foreign aggression in the 1850s and the 1860s. The Ethiopian Emperor Tewodros II had reunited our country after generations of chaos. He's best known today for his angry response to the perceived snub by Queen Victoria II, recklessly proving a British military response. Ethiopia today still cherishes his memory as a symbol of Ethiopia's unity, strength, bravery in the face of foreign invasion. In the 1870s, the Emperor Johannes IV stopped an Egyptian invasion of his kingdom from the north and fell in battle defending his country against the Sudanese invasion from the west. In the 1880s, his successor, Emperor Menelik II, had ceded control of parts of the Ethiopian territory to the Italians in Eritrea, but the two powers continued to dispute over the terms of the treaty they had signed. In the 1890s, the Italians invaded Ethiopia in an attempt to enforce their version of the treaty. In 1896, the emperor assembled armies and the Italian forces at the Ethiopian town of Adwa and vanquished them. For the first time in the colonial era, an African army had decisively defeated a European power and imposed its terms on a defeated colonizer. The effects were electrifying. Europeans reacted in a stunned denial. Africans in the diaspora felt the thrill of a victorious of a great victory. They saw undeniable proof of the strength of the African people. They knew in their hearts that what Ethiopia could do today, their own brothers and sisters can do tomorrow. For the first time, they could see the basic premise of colonialism, the superiority of European civilization being pulled down and thrown out. From the moment in 1896, the death of colonialism became inevitable. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are the Maroons on the African continent. This victory not only preserved our nation and our immediate Ethiopian family, but our neighbors, our cousins in the Horn of Africa were unable to preserve their own freedoms. Eritrea had been an integral part of Ethiopia as back far as the Aksumite Empire over 2,000 years ago. But local chiefs had sold land to the Italian shipping companies in the 1860s, when the Ethiopian central state had not completely recovered from its former war, and that had affected its unity. The Italian government used the land sale as the excuse for trying to invade Ethiopia again. Likewise, Djibouti, the Afar Sultan, one of Ethiopia's local kings, had sold land to coal refueling station to the French in the 1860s. And now one part of the Afar people are still separated from their brothers and sisters in Ethiopia. Somali's history follows similar pattern. Local sultans signed treaties with British and Italian colonizers in good faith without fully appreciating European cynicism during the scramble for Africa. These stories have become all too common. My colleagues from the African continent have far too many of them in their own histories. Our own host, the country today in Panama, has a similar story of its own against the struggle with colonialism. In 1903, when this country declared its independence from Colombia, the United States was eager to help it. It negotiated a treaty with Panama through European representatives, granting itself nearly full sovereign right over a large stretch of the country it would control, according to the treaty, potentially in perpetuity. How many countries around the world have found themselves bound by treaties imposed on them simply because they were not strong and they were unable to defend themselves, and because of their weakness had to accept the status quo? So we ask ourselves, what is the solution? History teaches us two ways forward. I think of the famous verse in the Bible from the book of Ecclesiastes. It states, there is a time to love, a time to hate, a time of war, a time of peace. So to rid the world of colonialism and prevent its return back, we must seek peace, but always be ready for war. I am proud of my country's role in this process. We have been central in the armed struggle. What Emperor Menelik began at home in the 1890s, His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie continued it at home in the 1930s, and abroad in the decades that followed. Nelson Mandela's military training was from the Ethiopian imperial government's support in the 1960s. And he used Ethiopian diplomatic passport to travel throughout Africa as he was following up his cause. And it was my grandfather's government that led the way in using its military to keep international peace. When the Belgians mismanaged and delayed their withdrawal from Congo, it was the Ethiopian imperial troops who were sent to the United Nations for intervention in the 1960s. Ethiopia also has been very central in the search for peaceful solutions through collective security. His Majesty had brought Ethiopia into the League of Nations in the 1920s, even when many conservative Ethiopians were very suspicious of greater engagement with the outside world. The League's promise of collective security failed, but membership in it gave us a moral authority, a stage on which to stand before the world and make that failure plain, and make that failure very plain for the whole world to see. Ethiopia was a founding member of the United Nations in 1945, and we continued that legacy at home, being leaders in the formation of the Organization of the African Unity in 1963, which we proudly host in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. Today it seems that the struggle against colonialism is over. Ethiopia still remains unconquered. Nigeria is free. Congo is free. Apartheid has ended. Africa seemingly belongs to Africans. But we must not remain complacent. This is not total victory. It is only a first step. We have decolonized the continent. We have decolonized our countries. We must now decolonize our minds. Think about the priorities we see to take center stage in Africa today. Think about the values that drive our young people in today's world. And ask yourself whether these are really their own values or whether they have been imposed on them from the outside. Look at the conflicts that divide us and look at the civil wars that tear us apart. How many times in the last 60 years have Africans gone to war with one another over artificial borders, drawn by strangers in a conference room from another continent? How many times in the last 60 years have Africans gone to war with one another over ideologies imported from another continent? Consider the Cold War. All across Africa, our nations earned freedom from colonial powers and yet did not have even a minute of peace. The world's opposing powers armed our guerrilla movements and prolonged our internal conflicts for decades to win one more pawn in the international chessboard. We need to free ourselves of the vestiges of these failed ideologies. Consider our wars over natural resources. All across Africa, our governments have failed our people in the drive for resource development. Yes, oil, precious metals, minerals have raised to some extent the standard of living of millions of Africans, but too often reliance on these resources has proven to be very dangerous addiction, enriching a very corrupt and small elite at the expense of institutional and infrastructural development. We need to also free ourselves from the addiction of foreign capital and find ways to reinvest in our own development. Consider our wars over ethnicity. All across Africa, our people have fought ethnic wars and even committed genocide because of ethnic tensions that did not exist before the colonial era. Even in my own country, foreign powers have spent decades in the early and mid-20th century aggravating ethnic divisions with no previous history. The result, one liberation front after another, fighting to liberate themselves from the country they helped to create. We need to free ourselves from these ethnic categories outsiders have imposed on us and return to seeing ourselves as members of a united and extended family. This process does not happen overnight. It will perhaps may not even happen in my generation, but might happen for my children and one day for their own children. Africa's full decolonization will happen when Africa's final decolonization will happen generations after the last foreign flag has left African soil. The same is true, I think, for the African diaspora. Africa's colonial lessons apply to Africans of the Western Hemisphere as well. The organizers of this incredible conference here today have called this a journey of reconciliation. I have thought about it, and I think for me that reflection has been one of also understanding and atonement. Because for reconciliations, those two are great pillars that don't contradict it, but become supporting pillars. This week's guests are proof that this journey has already begun. Our distinguished guests here are what remains of Africa's iconic traditional structures that have been passed on from one ancestor to the other. My grandfather, my uncles, my cousins, and I have all built deep ties to the Rastafarian community in Jamaica and throughout the Western Hemisphere. I hope to be meeting with the Rastafarian group later this week to speak about the deep ties between the Rastafarian diaspora and the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. We might dismiss these things and say they simply are historical curiosities, symbolic but nothing more. We could simply congratulate ourselves and feel good about the friends that we have made, the trips we have taken, the messages we have spread, and then do nothing more. But that is an abdication of responsibility. The reunion and reconciliation that this event offers does not end here. It must begin here. This week is an ongoing and never-ending process. So what comes next? What is the next step in this process? First, we must always remain vigilant and ready to replace ourselves. Our monarchies, Our monarchies, traditional leaderships have survived many centuries and have outlived colonialism because we have always taught ourselves that the next generation matters. We have always paved the way for the future with knowledge of our past. Second, we must build more ties like these, like the ones we're going to be building this week. Africa's traditional institutions must always reach out to their colleagues in the diaspora, to their brothers and sisters, and must always reinforce that support with one another and with those at home. We should build these events in Kingston, in Sao Paulo, in Lagos, in Kinshasa, in Addis Ababa. Why not? We must constantly work to reinforce the ties that bind us together. We must also remember that colonialism was built on false history. It was built on the claim that Africa was bereft of culture, bereft of civilization. Africans in the diaspora, and indeed Europeans and Americans of all ancestries, have been taught for generations that before the colonial era, Africa had no history at all. But in Africa, we've always known that that fact is not true. The history of our people, those that are amongst us today, the history of the Emir of the Bauchi and his people proves that is absolutely not the case. The history of the Oni of Ife proves the same thing. My own family's history also proves that this is undeniably false. Now we must teach each other these histories to the world, to a younger generation. Education is the key. We must harness the power of Africans in diaspora, indeed the large African diaspora throughout the world, and make sure to focus their resources to reach greater orders of magnitude. Ethiopia's population is now 5 times what it was when I was born. Our efforts to fund our education must therefore logically grow more than 5 times as fast to keep pace. We must provide an education also based largely in our African heritage, but always looking forward, always looking at the cutting edge where the world has reached. Why can't we? We must emphasize science and technology, economic development, entrepreneurship. We want young minds learning engineering, finance. We want trained minds that are going to change Africa. The key, again, becomes education, and it will give us that cultural strength and confidence. Armed with education will be a superior weapon to arm ourselves with. Because we must always be on guard. We should never imagine that the threat of colonialism is gone forever. It has been beaten once, but it could easily return in other guises or come from other places. We must always be mindful of the patterns that we have seen in the past and learn to recognize them early enough so that they won't be affecting our future. Ethiopia's encounters with colonialism came so often couched in the form of help. We can build you this dam if you cede us control over this part of your country. We can help build you this railroad if you grant us concession over import tariffs. We can facilitate arms sales to protect your country if you let us build and operate a new road from one territory into another. In one of the most scandalous examples, in the years before the Battle of Adwa, Ethiopia's would-be colonizing power offered us two different versions of the same treaty in two different languages. In the Amharic version, in our language, the two parties agreed that Ethiopia could use Italy's help in conducting its international affairs. On the other hand, in the other version, in Italian, the two parties agreed that Ethiopia must use Italy's help in conducting its own international affairs. It is this sort of case. The offer to help is more of a threat at times than it is of help. So what do? We cannot hide in our deserts or mountains and pretend that the outside world has nothing to offer. We cannot pretend that we don't need help. This is a wrong kind of pride, one that will ultimately do us more harm than good. We must admit that we need help to develop our countries, and at the same time, we must insist the strength and knowledge of our own local cultures. We must insist that we know what's best with what kind of help we need. We cannot afford to let the world tell us what we require. We must insist the help we receive addresses our priorities, not those of the outside world. This is why I've been particularly drawn to impact investments, opportunities that globally exist. I believe that the impact investment strategy in Africa has a far to go before it's fully developed. Those of us here who represent traditional African institutions are in a unique position to deliver this message to state and governmental authorities. We must no longer have the sovereignty, we may no longer have the sovereignty we once did, but we have a moral authority that comes from our historical ties to our own people. We must have a voice at the table to represent those that have no voice. We have the international connections, the social networks, and access to investment communities to help identify both local needs throughout our continent. But our moral authority has other tools as well. One of our African colleagues here, I hope, the Emir of Bauchi, whose family had ruled since the 1800s, before the arrival of the British colonizers, stated that they needed to build skills, to have self-reliance, and to preach the gospel of coexistence and tolerance, both amongst the Muslim and Christian communities. All of us can find inspiration in this message. I think the interfaith relations Ethiopia has had over centuries is exemplary. 5 centuries ago, the Muslim expansion threatened Ethiopia's independence. For a time, we survived only by meeting violence with violence. But no one can survive this forever. Ethiopians, Christians, and Muslims found a way to live side by side. Ethiopia's aristocracy found a way to integrate Muslim nobility into its own. My own ancestry is a blend of both cultures and faiths. This is the way it has been for our people to survive, but of late, it is a lesson that sadly is still testing our country. Fellow brothers and sisters, I feel very privileged to share these thoughts with you. I think all the people here have an amazing insights to share with one another, amazing stories to tell, and amazing opportunities to engage, to converse, to understand, and to further share and pass it on for generations to come. I thank you all for this wonderful opportunity, and if I may call Dr. Barrow to come up just briefly, I would be very happy. Thank you very much for listening to me. يخلص يخلص دكتور برهان Is somebody close to Dr. Barrow around who can accept something on her behalf? Thank you. There she is. Yeah, wonderful. very sweet. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Just to commemorate this day and the vision Dr. Barra had to bring us all together, I have a small gift to present to her. I thought it would be appropriate to present it amongst you because this is the space she created for us to share, and I think that's very important. So. This is the Lalibela cross with the Ethiopian shawl. And our cross symbolizes basically our collective national identity of a century. So I hope this becomes an inspiration.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone. This vision that God gave me, it's your vision as well. It's going to take all of us, every single one of us here, to pass the word on to our brothers and sisters and let them know that this vision belongs to them as well. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm about to cry. Because I'm feeling God. I feel God every day, every minute, every second. But there's something special today to have my brother from Hawaii, you, and everyone else, my sister, Yambi, and my sister from Haiti, Antoinette. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what emotional. What emotional moments we are living in this day, in this wonderful and beautiful day. Well, we keep going because there are more coming. And now I have the pleasure to bring up on the stage Dr. Gersan Joseph. Ahora tengo el placer de invitar al escenario al Dr. Gersan Joseph. Tiene un doctorado en Ciencias Económicas y Empresariales, catedrático de la Facultad de Economía de la Universidad de Panamá. Fue invitado recientemente para dictar conferencias en la Escuela Superior de Administración Pública en Medellín y la Facultad de Ciencias Contables, Económicas y Administrativas de la Universidad del Cauca, Popayán, en Colombia. Tiene varias publicaciones producto de su gran y difuso interés por la investigación. Es miembro del movimiento social afro-panameño. Damas y caballeros, ladies and gentlemen, Gersan Joseph.
Muy buenas tardes, gracias por esa generosa presentación. Un saludo a las autoridades, señor Emil Selassie y las demás autoridades que están aquí, a todos los hermanos que han venido a esta cita, les damos la bienvenida desde Panamá. Para mí es un placer, un honor estar compartiendo mesa con estos grandes expositores. Mi exposición va a ser un poco más académica, pero comparto algunos elementos que ha presentado el señor Selassie. Yo soy profesor de la Universidad de Panamá, soy economista y creo en la educación como factor de desarrollo. La educación es la clave, pero también construir redes de cooperación y de innovación tecnológica que permitan que nuestros hermanos que están en una condición de mayor pobreza podamos ayudarlos y ayudarnos. Así que este es un proceso que inicia desde ya, pero que también estamos dispuestos a colaborar en este proceso. Como miembro del movimiento social afro-panameño, quiero comenzar con una poesía de nuestro hermano Carlos Cubena Guillermo Wilson, y con esta poesía quiero hacer el puente con la exposición que voy a hacer. La poesía se llama Eco Ancestral. Desde el Atlántico al Caribe, escucho el eco de los niños bozales, náufrago de los barcos negreros que violaron costas africanas, pobladas por yorubas, congos, mandingas, achantis, angolas, ararás, carabalíes. Desde el Atlántico al Caribe, en las carabelas y las chozas, escucho el eco de las criaturas ultrajadas, náufragas en las hamacas libidinosas, manchadas por los ríos caudalosos que emanan de embriagados adúlteros. Desde el Caribe a tierra firme, escucho el eco de las piezas de indias, náufragos en los verdes cañaverales, inundados de sol, aguaceros y sangre, por los latigazos de la Inquisición. Desde el Caribe a tierra firme, escucho el eco de las concubinas cautivas, náufragas en las alcobas coloniales, y lejos sus desnutridas criaturas añoran el tierno cariño maternal. Desde Portobelo a quilombos de palmares, escucho el eco de los castrados y los ahorcados, náufragos en los mares de ordenanzas y cédulas usurpadoras de libertad e identidad, glotonas de palenques y cimarrones. Desde Anahuac a la Patagonia, escucho el eco de las abuelas cocineras, náufragas de humos fogoneros, ajenos, esas agonizantes ancianas negras, huérfanas de nietos cariñosos. Desde Balboa a Cristóbal, reinos del Gold Roll, escucho el eco de los canaleros, condenados al Silver Roll, náufragos en el caudaloso Chagres, sepultados en los derrumbes de Culebra, sí, perdonados por los verdugos anófeles. Desde el Niágara al Mar del Plata, escucho el eco de los cocolos, mayates y chombas, náufragos en los laberintos de culturas babélicas, extrañas a las almas sedientas del purificador Nilo y del amparo de Obatalá, Yemayá y Ogún y la sombra de Baolat, frondoso, y del abrazo de los antepasados en las cumbres del Kilimanjaro. Desde el Atlántico al Caribe, desde el Caribe a tierra firme, desde Portobelo a Quilombo de Palmares, desde Anahuat a la Patagonia, desde Balboa a Cristóbal, desde el Niágara al Mar del Plata. Gracias. Pasamos a nuestra exposición. Tenemos un soporte en PowerPoint y, bueno, soy panameño, no hablo inglés, así que me perdonan los que hablan inglés. Hay una traducción y quiero decirles lo siguiente. Este encuentro, esta gran idea de compartir nuestras experiencias, yo creo que es una importante iniciativa. Y comienzo por el encuentro, hoy 19 de mayo del 2022, la vista satelital de nuestro país, en el Journal of Reconciliation of Mother Africa and Her Diaspora. El trato deshumanizado que provocó la descivilización de los africanos esclavizados en América ha generado que se expresen en exclusión social, pobreza, estigmatización, desprotección, prejuicio, invisibilización, falta de titularidades, entre otros perjuicios. En la pantalla ustedes pueden ver un mapa chino de 1418. Eso nos demuestra que nos engañaron. Cristóbal Colón no descubrió América, ya los chinos habían estado aquí. Así que las narrativas, como dice el señor Salassi, de los que nos han echado el cuento y que dicen que en África no había cultura y que los africanos eran ignorantes, es falso. Los que conocemos parte de esa historia sabemos que existió Timbuktu y existieron desarrollos matemáticos en África, pero que fueron ocultados. Y es importante destacar que se ha construido un imaginario racista, prejuicioso e invisibilizador, no solo en África, sino en América. Dicho eso, los orígenes de la trata transatlántica de negros esclavizados, según el autor Jean Merrien, surgen cuando en 1441 Antonio González, navegante portugués, volvió a Lisboa después de un viaje durante el cual dobló el primero el Cabo Blanco. Llevaba consigo varios jefes africanos que había cogido prisioneros en la costa y que ofreció al infante don Enrique. Lisboa vio con asombro a estos hombres negros pero el príncipe no quiso quedarse con ellos y ordenó que los llevaran de nuevo a su país. Por tanto, González se los llevó. Cuando hubo llegado al lugar de donde los tomara o apresara, obtuvo por su rescate polvo de oro y esclavos. La trata de negros nació aquel mismo día. Poco tiempo después del descubrimiento de América, en 1517, Carlos V autorizó legalmente la trata en España, como hizo la reina Isabel en Inglaterra y Luis XIII en Francia. Todos esos soberanos la aceptaron con el pretexto de que, no siendo cristianos, los negros no podían esperar tener los mismos derechos civiles que los otros hombres. Los portugueses desarrollaron un comercio muy activo de esclavos del África Occidental y Central, que tuvieron una importancia fundamental en la construcción de Europa. Aquí podemos ver en la pantalla Gorée, era el lugar de donde salían los contingentes de africanos esclavizados hacia América. Los europeos que llevaron a africanos esclavizados a sus colonias de América habían empezado a tomar esclavos a mediados del siglo XV, unos 50 años de extender la trata de esclavos en las rutas transatlánticas. Los portugueses fueron los primeros europeos que practicaron la trata de seres humanos en África. El primer cargamento de esclavos africanos partió hacia Lisboa probablemente alrededor de 1444. Algunos elementos de las consideraciones prejuiciosas y racistas de nuestros hermanos esclavizados. Paso a decir, al negro y la negra todo se le dificulta. Siempre se le hace más difícil progresar. Se le ubica en contextos vulnerables. Tiene poca consideración o ninguna en las políticas públicas, ya que son generalistas. Se le mira con prejuicio y se convierte en sospechoso únicamente por el color de su piel, por el lugar donde vive, en algunos casos por su forma cultural de vestir o por su forma de hablar. Esto genera rechazo, en muchos casos, por la desvalorización o poca consideración por motivos raciales y de discriminación. En el caso panameño, esto ha sido una constante a lo largo de la historia y aún en la actualidad. Sin embargo, la actitud del negro y de la negra básicamente ha sido de resistencia ante la naturalización de la discriminación. Esto queda evidenciado en los diversos momentos de sublevaciones, huelgas, enfrentamientos, oposición a la explotación. Ante esta palpable muestra de tesón, la actitud o estrategia de los grupos hegemónicos ha sido en muchos casos dividir, socavar la oposición mediante diversas tácticas, enfrentar al negro contra el negro bajo la teoría de Willie Lynch. Y hay algo de lo que dijo el señor Selassie, y es la división, la colonización, la división de los negros por los belgas, franceses, ingleses, holandeses, entre otros. Un punto crucial, y que coincidimos en eso con el señor Selassie, es el sistema educativo. Como reproductor, utilizado en mal sentido, como reproductor del status quo, mediante la naturalización de esa percepción discriminatoria, también los diversos medios de comunicación, con especial énfasis en la televisión y la prensa, se difunden mensajes distorsionadores de la comunidad negra con la intención de incidir lastimando, con la intención de incidir, lastimando la autoestima, especialmente en los jóvenes, tanto afrodescendientes como en el resto de jóvenes que habitan en Panamá. Podríamos establecer un intento de vinculación, y hay algo que se llama la construcción del imaginario racista, y que es una especie de, como dijera Immanuel Wallerstein, el racismo nace como una forma de mantenimiento y utilización de los discriminados como chivos expiatorios para utilizarlos económicamente y explotarlos. Hay otros elementos que considero que son importantes destacar en esta presentación, señalando que la esclavitud no conllevó en ningún caso, en el periodo de esclavitud anterior, hubo esclavos en Roma, incluso blancos esclavizaban blancos, incluso todo esto se da, pero solamente con la raza negra hubo ensañamiento, estigmatización, invisibilización, entre otros elementos. Es decir, se consideró a los negros como seres inferiores, sin capacidad, se les descivilizó, se les descontextualizó y se les separó de las familias. Eso en el contexto actual sería un delito de lesa humanidad. Hay que señalar que el sistema de esclavitud que los europeos crearon en América se distingue de los demás porque la raza se convierte en el principal criterio, el color de la piel, la melanina, la fuerte melanina. Este sistema de esclavitud, como propiedad personal, deshumanizó a sus víctimas africanas. Y debemos decir que algo básico en esta situación de tráfico de esclavos fue la despersonalización y el aislamiento. Los tornan vulnerables mediante el aislamiento y la desvinculación con sus familiares, y todo esto conlleva una concepción de los esclavizados como mercancías que son dispuestas conforme el dueño estipule para su uso, abuso y desecho. De esa manera aquí vemos las rutas, las diferentes rutas de transferencia, de la ruta inglesa, la ruta española, la ruta holandesa, la ruta francesa, la ruta portuguesa, ¿no? Distintas rutas. La ruta entre 1701 y 1810, aquí vemos todas las rutas: British North America, Spanish America, British Caribbean, Danish Caribbean, French Caribbean, Dutch Caribbean y Brasil. Estas son las distintas rutas que existieron en la trata. Millones de africanos arrancados de África y sus descendientes no fueron considerados como seres humanos. Para regular la esclavitud, los franceses y españoles redactaron los llamados códigos negros códigos negros en los que se definía a los esclavos como propiedad mueble. Es decir, igual que un saco de papas o un saco de arroz. Y en los Estados Unidos establecieron en su constitución que solo eran humanos en 3/5 partes. El lenguaje utilizado por los europeos introduce el concepto de mercancía humana y define a los esclavos por su capacidad de trabajo. Una forma de valor monetario que traduce la intención de despojarlo de su humanidad y procura quitarles su dignidad y presentarlo como una mercancía igual a otra. La trata de esclavos se desarrolló como un comercio triangular con doble beneficio económico para los europeos y despojo de los países de África de su principal recurso, su capital humano, human capital. Muchos han dicho que los negros no tenían potencialidades, no tenían conocimiento, pero es falso. Y en ese sentido, sobre todo, y ahora les voy a presentar una gráfica de Thomas Piketty, francés, que dice: el desarrollo del sur de Estados Unidos se debió al uso de mano de obra esclava, pero no eran cualquier tipo de esclavos, seleccionaban personas, agricultores, ganaderos, expertos en lo que era tradicionalmente la siembra, la cosecha de arroz, de algodón, de distintos productos. Entonces eran especialistas y era falso que eran ignorantes. Ellos sabían que tenían ese conocimiento. Entonces los sacaron con un proceso de pinzas y los llevaron para explotarlos económicamente porque era un capital humano. Entonces corregimos de que eran ignorantes, era un capital humano especializado y esclavizado. De esa manera se puede explicar el progreso del sur de Estados Unidos contrastando con el norte y el resultado de dos sistemas, un sistema capitalista y un sistema esclavista que trajo la guerra de secesión. Otro elemento que creo que es importante destacar, otro elemento que es importante destacar, y aquí vemos los barcos negreros y cómo se disponían en estos barcos negreros, y hay una película que se llamó La Amistad, que fue expresiva de la lucha de los negros por recuperar su identidad. Pero hay muchas otras historias de los cimarrones, como mi amigo Leonardo Signet, y la lucha de ellos para ganar su esperanza. No perdían la esperanza de ser libres, de liberarse, porque el ser humano no puede renunciar a la libertad. Así que esa libertad la luchaban a cualquier costo. Ya desde el siglo XIX podemos decir que la venta, la separación, como vemos en esta gráfica, de familias, las madres las separaban de sus hijos, los esposos de sus esposas. Imaginémonos esa tragedia, la tragedia del color, la tragedia del negocio, la tragedia del comercio de esclavizados. ¿Seguimos? Vemos algunos elementos de maltrato, de ahorcados, de desmembrados, entre otros elementos. Y además de eso, el mapa que muestra la cantidad de esclavos traídos a las colonias, se calcula 40 millones aproximadamente, más los que dejaron en el camino, que tiraban al mar para evitar que se supiera que estaban comerciando con esclavos. Esta es parte de la procedencia de los esclavos. Hay prácticamente podemos decir que Brasil, Haití, Cuba, Panamá, Colombia son los países, y Ecuador, en donde hay mayor presencia de negros esclavizados durante la época de la colonia, y en mucho eran superiores a la cantidad de población blanca. Los africanos esclavizados procedían de diversas áreas culturales. Existen evidencia de la llegada de las tribus de Minas, Carabalíes, Papo, Angola, Mondongo, Congo, Mozambique, Mandinga, Chalá, Lucumíes, Arará, Biafras, Cancanes, y los cancanes usualmente aquí en Panamá nosotros tenemos, cuando la gente habla y repite, le dice estás cancaneando, no sé si han escuchado la frase, estás cancaneando, pero viene de los cancanes que no hablaban el español bien y repetían. Entonces esa frase panameña de estás cancaneando viene de la etnia cancán. Los cuangos, los baluntas, los bambara, entre otros, desde 1513. Seguimos. El afropanameño Armando Fortún, ícono de la producción e investigación de la negritud colonial en Panamá, aporta varios elementos en la construcción del mapa de los grupos de la sociedad colonial, y con relación a los negros esclavizados expresa la permanente lucha que libran cotidianamente por superar su condición y la búsqueda de la libertad tan anhelada. Luis Díez Castillo señala acertadamente que la esclavitud en Panamá estaba vinculada a la descarga de los navíos procedentes del Perú para su traslado a través del camino de cruces o camino real y luego volver a cargar los navíos que desde Portobelo se dirigían hacia la metrópoli. El sistema, porque era un sistema establecido por la trata de esclavos, incorporó personas de diversidad de culturas, orígenes, formas de pensamiento y de diversas edades y los sometió a un sistema deshumanizante y bárbaro, donde su identidad y cultura quisieron ser borradas, invisibilizadas, pero algunos negros y negras resistieron tenazmente esta maquinaria y conservaron sus raíces y cultura como forma de resistencia pacífica, en algunos casos desarrollando el sincretismo religioso y en otros casos contribuyendo con el tambor africano proyectado a toda la cultura, bailes y ritmos en el istmo. En esta gráfica vemos algunos elementos derivados de la traza transatlántica y la población negra y las denominaciones como bozales, jorros, mulatos jorros, moros, cimarrones, zambaigos, y en la casta colonial luego tenemos otras denominaciones que dividían esa identidad de los negros y los convertía en denominaciones españolas como tercerón, cuarterón, mulato, morisco, lobo, albazarado, tente en el aire, no te entiendo, torna atrás, chino cambujo, entre otras denominaciones peyorativas. Es importante destacar que la lucha tesonera de los alzados, los alzamientos y fugas de esclavos ocurridos en el Istmo, Panamá fue ícono del cimarronaje, fueron una realidad insólita en las colonias españolas. La ciudad de Panamá, Nombre de Dios y Portobelo con posterioridad, rodeada por impenetrables selvas, constituían un excelente refugio para los negros alzados y era similar al contexto africano de selvas. Es importante también destacar que hubo rebeliones como una respuesta a la esclavitud. Es decir, mi condición natural no es ser esclavo. En consecuencia me rebelo aunque me cueste la vida. En 1500 a 1599 podemos ver algunos alzamientos y aquí expresamos que de 1570 se dan estos alzamientos como vemos en la gráfica y esos alzamientos se dieron en Cuba, se dieron en 1522, se dieron en Santo Domingo, rebelión de los esclavizados africanos, también en Venezuela, se dieron en los esclavos en la ciudad panameña de Acla, se dan simultáneamente rebeliones lideradas por Bayano y Felipillo en Panamá y entre otros Antón Mandinga, Luis de Mozambique. En el periodo, aquí vemos esa relación, en el siguiente periodo vemos también el mapa que refleja la libertad de los esclavizados en 1600 a 1699. El virrey, por orden de la reina, rescindió la autonomía del palenque de Yazga con el nombre de San Lorenzo de los Negros. Eso fue en México. Se produce la primera rebelión de los esclavos negros y prácticamente en la región del Chocó, en Colombia, y hay otras regiones donde se dio. Continúe. Esta relación es importante porque no hubo un sometimiento, hubo un intento de sometimiento, pero hubo rebeliones. Y estas rebeliones a veces se ignoran. De 1700 a 1799 las rebeliones en Jamaica también se dieron rebeliones en Venezuela, que Venezuela también tiene una importante población negra, ya dije, Cuba, Haití, República Dominicana, Colombia, Panamá, también es importante Venezuela, Ecuador, Brasil, son lugares donde la esclavitud marcó. La esclavitud moldeó la vida de los esclavos, produciendo entre ellos la solidaridad. Independientemente que tenían distintos dialectos, La solidaridad era el resultado del sufrimiento compartido y también una lengua común para comunicarse. De alguna manera, ya que los negros eran de procedencia y cultura diferente, la misma exclusión que experimentaron creó los puentes para hacer de lado las diferencias étnicas y construir un imaginario común que les permitiera mantener su cultura y sus valores frente al avasallamiento de la cultura dominante. Es importante destacar que Patricia Pisurno destaca los intentos de la clase dominante en imponer su imaginario a las clases empobrecidas. Y es destacable hablar de la revolución haitiana, que ha sido castigada por ser la primera república libre posterior a Estados Unidos. De 1776 viene la República Haitiana como primera república libre producto de la lucha de libertad. Y la República de Haití apoyó la independencia latinoamericana, no le ha sido reconocido esto. La revolución haitiana generó miedo regional. La República de Haití, la revolución haitiana generó miedo regional y estigmatización por la insurrección de las fuerzas contra los franceses. Estremeció el sistema de plantaciones del Atlántico, las economías europeas y el desarrollo del capitalismo. Recuerden que ahí había plantaciones de caña de azúcar y de licor. Influyó en los procesos de independencia y en la formación de las naciones latinoamericanas. Esta revolución fue demonizada por la historiografía occidental como una revuelta sangrienta de negros salvajes. El temido espectro de la revolución haitiana anunció el levantamiento de las masas y la posibilidad de destrucción del capitalismo. Aquí vemos otras etapas del tráfico transatlántico de esclavos. Es importante destacar lo que dice el historiador Mario Molina, panameño chiricano, cuando señala en su libro La tragedia del color, en el Panamá colonial 1521-1821, revela el de endeudamiento de los negros libres debido al crédito facilitado por los mercaderes, algo que en el contexto actual también se da. Las financieras, los bancos, las casas de valores endeudan al panameño de a pie, que mayoritariamente es afro. Hay otro elemento que vamos a destacar, sobre todo la proyección del proceso de secuestro, esclavización y violación de derechos de los africanos. Es importante señalar que ha tenido consecuencias importantes para los afrodescendientes, ya que su condición actual es el producto de la trata de esclavos y el mantenimiento del racismo, a pesar de la desaparición de la esclavitud, lo que se expresa en diversas formas de exclusión social, pobreza e invisibilización, denotada en la construcción de un imaginario social y reproducida mediante el sistema educativo y los textos escolares. Otro elemento que es importante destacar, la tríada de razas en América, blanco, indígena y negro. En el caso panameño, la presencia negra es contundente. Aproximadamente estimamos que un 60% en todas las provincias e incluso en la comarca de San Blas, con la población de Puerto Valdía. Al final le vamos a presentar un mapa de un proyecto que estamos haciendo de la presencia afropanameña en el país. Continuamos. Este es son australianos y su señor amo que los esclavizaba. Continuamos. Bien, llegamos al punto del economista Piketty y que explica por qué razón se dice que los africanos eran personas ignorantes, pero no explica esta gráfica. Si ustedes ven, fíjense, en la casilla dice capital extranjero neto, otro capital interno, que se ve ahí, capital extranjero neto, blanco, el gris, otro capital, viviendas, esclavos. Me permito. De 1770 hasta 1880. Eso explica el crecimiento del sur de Estados Unidos y la resistencia a abolir la esclavitud, producto de que los esclavos representaban un sistema de ingreso y de riqueza para el sur de Estados Unidos. En ese sentido, vemos de 1770 a 1880, por la extracción de capital humano escogido de agricultores, de cosechadores con un conocimiento tradicional de África y que posteriormente se decía que eran personas ignorantes, cosa que era falso. Continuamos. Aquí también en el libro de Tomás Piketty, fíjense, si ustedes contrastan, el Reino Unido, la franja negra son tierras agrícolas, la franja blanca son viviendas y la franja gris es otro capital. En Francia igual. Pero en Estados Unidos, el sur de Estados Unidos, la franja de tierras agrícolas negras, y fíjense el gran tramo de esclavos que explica el crecimiento de la riqueza en el sur de Estados Unidos, el proceso de esclavización. Y fíjense al norte de Estados Unidos, donde no había tantos esclavos, había muy pocos, menos progreso. Es decir, la riqueza del sur de Estados Unidos era explicada por el proceso de esclavización, pero también explicada por un proceso de extracción de capital humano, gente especializada que le servían como mano de obra esclava y se aprovechaba de esta situación. Algunos señalan que el trato de los esclavos de Estados Unidos era mucho más benigno que en América, porque en muchos casos convivían con sus amos, pero esto es relativo y ya conocemos mucha historia. Otro elemento muy importante que señalaba un economista, el padre de la economía, Adam Smith, señalaba que los españoles a comienzos de la colonia poblaron todas las islas y todo el continente, pero que posteriormente dejaron las islas. ¿Por qué? La explicación de por qué dejaron todas las islas y después vinieron ingleses, franceses, holandeses y la ocuparon es porque los españoles se quedaban en las islas, en los lugares que tenían oro y plata. Como las islas no tenían oro y plata, la abandonaron. Luego vinieron los piratas, corsarios y filibusteros y ocuparon las islas del Caribe. Por eso hoy día los caribeños hablan, en muchos casos, hablan inglés, francés y papiamento, producto de un abandono de esas islas por parte de los españoles. Continuamos. Vemos aquí la región. Hay una equivocación en el caso panameño de mucho cuando se refieren a los negros antillanos, asumiendo que los antillanos solamente hablan inglés y francés. Falso. Los antillanos también son los cubanos, negros cubanos, los afroantillanos, los dominicanos son afroantillanos porque son de las Antillas, y los haitianos y puertorriqueños. Entonces, corrección a los que hablan de afroantillanos solamente como exclusión o separatidad de lo que hablan inglés, francés y otras lenguas. También hablan castellano, que es la lengua del amo, pero bueno, es lo que hay. Continuamos. Aquí vemos mercado de esclavos en el sur, ya vamos terminando. Otro elemento que es importante para el análisis es el auge y declive del esclavismo euroamericano. Si se dan cuenta, hay un pico en 1860 y después un declive. Y ese pico se mantiene en Cuba, Brasil, sur de Estados Unidos y las Antillas francesas y británicas. Y a partir de 1860 viene un declive hasta 1890. Pero si se dan cuenta, en Cuba ya va parando en 1890 por el proceso de separación de Cuba. Pero es importante que el número total de esclavos en las plantaciones euroamericanas del Atlántico alcanzó 6 millones en 1860, de los cuales 4 millones estaban en el sur de Estados Unidos. Ojo, 1.6 millones en Brasil y 0.4 en Cuba. Eso es significativo. Continuamos. Otra gráfica retomada de Piketty es la desigualdad en las sociedades coloniales y esclavistas. Y esta desigualdad se expresa en Francia, sobre todo viendo los distintos tramos del 10% más rico, el 40% intermedio y el 10% más pobre. En Francia, en 1910. En Argelia, que era una colonia francesa, el 50% más pobre, fíjense, 40% intermedio y el 10% más rico. O sea, en la colonia había mucho más rico que en la capital. Y eso expresa por qué esto fue una colonia que se peleó para que no se independizara. Pero fíjense el caso concreto de Haití. 50% más pobre, 40% intermedio y el 10% más rico. Es decir, eso explica en 1780 las condiciones de extracción de riqueza de las colonias. Entonces está muy claro, la renta del 10% más rico superaba el 80% de la renta total en Haití en 1780. Entonces estas son las desigualdades que creaba el sistema esclavista. Continúe. Otro elemento de la desigualdad extrema de rentas en perspectiva histórica es la que vemos que la renta del 10% más rico varía entre el 23% de la renta total en Suecia en 1980, que es la primera gráfica, al 81% en Santo Domingo de Haití, es decir, en 1780. Fíjense la diferencia de un extremo a otro. Y eso explica por qué Haití era importante y por qué el que fuera disruptiva en 1804 y que fuera la primera república fue castigada con el pago de 150 millones oro a Francia por haberse independizado. Y su condición actual es producto de lo que similarmente padece Cuba con el bloqueo económico. Entonces podemos decir que el hecho de ser el mal ejemplo, entre comillas, constituyó la condena y la estigmatización de los héroes haitianos que liberaron América y que hasta el sol de hoy han sido estigmatizados. Eso hay que recuperarlo. Bien, continuamos. Otro elemento, y ya para cerrar, el percentil superior en perspectiva histórica y colonial. Suecia, Europa, Estados Unidos, Europa, Camerún, fíjense en Camerún, en Argelia, en Tanzania, en Brasil, en Oriente Próximo, en Sudáfrica, Zimbabue. La renta del 1% más rico varía entre el 4% de la renta total en Suecia en 1980 al 36% en Zambia en 1950. Las sociedades coloniales figuran entre las más desiguales de la historia, sin tener en cuenta a las sociedades esclavistas. Es decir, las sociedades coloniales abandonaron la esclavitud, pero siguieron con la colonialidad y siguieron explotando a los países en donde estaban presentes. Continúen. Y el percentil superior en perspectiva histórica en Haití, Suecia y Haití. Si se tienen en cuenta sociedades esclavistas como la de Haití, en 1780 la renta del 1% más rico puede alcanzar el 50 al 60% de la renta total. Y aquí vemos otra similar. Bien, esto lo saqué de un libro, sobre todo quise hacer la exposición bastante académica, pero para informar, porque esta es la idea. Esta es las fundaciones coloniales de 1492 a 1880. Y si se dan cuenta, al norte, el Virreinato de Nueva España, México y está también puesta la frontera española en Sudamérica, efectiva frontera de españoles, y también están las inglesas, Rusia y España. Acuérdense que Rusia tenía Alaska. Y después aquí están, digamos, colonias inglesas y francesas. Ese era en el norte de Estados Unidos. Está Haití, y luego acá están distintas colonias de Nueva España, Perú, y la Constitución aquí un poco más oscuro son los portugueses. Entonces, digamos, es la estructura colonial. Y como algunos saben, Estados Unidos, que hoy es una potencia, antes de la guerra civil utilizaba la moneda, el peso mexicano, que tenía mucho más fuerza. Bueno, esta cosa pasa. Hola, hola. Bien, ya para ir terminando, y después espero, si hay preguntas, que puedan hacerlas. Quiero decir que los héroes anónimos que sacrificaron su existencia en la lucha frente a los obstáculos de la naturaleza, pero adicionalmente tuvieron fortaleza, carácter y entereza frente al abuso que experimentaron por parte del caso panameño, ya en el contexto del siglo XX de los Sonia, de los administradores del enclave colonial, y también por parte de los sectores criollos, despreciativos de la población intensamente colonial, que sobrevivía en los sectores populares de Santana, El Chorrillo, Marañón, San Miguel, Carabobo, Parque de Febrero. Aquí vemos esclavos, una señora ama con sus esclavos, vestido así en 1860, sin zapatos. En muchos casos, la ama sometida. Continuamos. Otra vista de los esclavos afroamericanos cruzando el Fardo de Arlington en el sur de Estados Unidos. Bien, hay dos cosas. Regresa un momentito antes de terminar. Me parece que exacto, que pasaste. Este es el mapa. Este es un trabajo que estamos haciendo en donde demuestra la presencia de la población afropanameña en el país. Y si ven allá lo rosado, esa es la población de Puerto Valdía, que está en la comarca de Nope-Puclé. Y explico para los que no saben, la comarca Gunayala estaba antes en la jurisdicción de Colón, que es mayoritariamente afro, pero después quedó desagregada. Hoy día una población que sufre los rigores de la discriminación, la desigualdad, y que hoy día combate en las calles esta situación es la población colonense, en donde experimentan por más de 40 años situaciones de exclusión social, discriminación, pelepolis, entre otras situaciones. Es importante la solidaridad, y lo expreso hoy día con esta población que es como yo digo, la afropanameñidad está en su laberinto. ¿Y por qué digo que es un laberinto? Porque en el laberinto todavía hay esperanza. Si tuviéramos frente al precipicio no habría nada que hacer. Gracias a Dios todavía tenemos posibilidades, como decía el señor Salas y han dicho otros autores aquí, tenemos posibilidades de reconstituirnos, pero tenemos que tener unidad, tenemos que tener perspectiva histórica, conocimiento del pasado, valoración de nuestra ancestralidad y sobre todo unidad de criterio, porque siempre vendrán quienes quieran dividirnos, quienes quieran aprovecharse de nuestros recursos, y también hay que tener mucho cuidado con estas experiencias de ofertas de apoyo, porque probablemente detrás de ese apoyo nosotros logramos superar la presencia colonial norteamericana en Panamá con el Gold Roll y Silver Roll tipo Sudáfrica. Aquí había servicio para blancos y servicio para negros, supermercado para blancos y supermercado. Era un apartheid. Gracias a la lucha, gracias al tesón de una comunidad de panameños, logramos la reversión de esa situación, pero ahora tenemos otra situación. Ahora hay una nueva condición en esas áreas revertidas que no están beneficiando a la población panameña y que hay que corregir en la Junta Directiva del Canal la presencia de afropanameños que puedan orientar para el beneficio de esa comunidad. Nosotros tenemos también que reconocer a Senadat, tenemos que reconocer que también ha habido intentos del movimiento social afro, y vamos a decirlo. Yo tuve el honor de ser primer secretario ejecutivo cuando estábamos considerados en primer plano en la presidencia de la República en 2008-2009 y posteriormente hasta el gobierno de Martinelli. El gobierno de Varela nos sacó de la presidencia y nos puso en el Mides. Pero nosotros tenemos que revertir esa situación con la autonomía de esta institución y presupuesto y personal. La Senadat, que es una instancia que apoya el impulso de los afropanameños y que está comprometido también con esta libertad. Quiero agradecer a los organizadores, a la señora Barrow, y también quiero agradecer a Krishna, a todos los organizadores, la presencia de ustedes que vienen de lejos y que se enteren un poco de que Panamá, nosotros somos, como se dice, no sé decirlo muy bien en inglés, small country with great soul alquepulano. Somos un gran, pequeño país, pero con un alma alquepulana, cimarrona, y consideramos que este esfuerzo es importante. Gracias.
Excelente charla. Excellent speech. Well, I know that there is a compromise of the personalities. In a few will be going to Mi Pueblito, but still, the invitation is for each one who is here now. We still have a personality who is going to share with us this afternoon. And we want to bring up to the stage the pastor Kelvin Sauls. Is the pastor Kelvin Sauls around? Is he around? Where we will be? Yes, please. But meanwhile, we'll be giving thanks for this wonderful moment that we have this afternoon. Sharing culture. So, We waiting for the pastor. He was making his material out there, but he will be here in a few seconds. So what a wonderful time. But this is just the beginning of all we're going to be celebrating, because this is to celebrate. Pastor Kelvin Sauce, giving a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know we've been sitting for a while now, so I kind of feel a little discomfort to have you continue sitting. So let's do this. I know we are tight on time, but I think it's always good to get the blood flowing a little bit. Is that all right? So why don't we go ahead and maybe take about let's say a 3-minute stretch break. How about that? Is that okay? 3-minute stretch break. If you need to go to the bathroom, go ahead and do that. And then we're going to come back for our panel conversation to really see how we can move forward from all that we've received right now, so much, right? And we're going to go and work our way through that, with some special guests that are here with us, and looking forward to that time. So, 3 minutes. On your marks, get set, ready, go! And for those who are joining us online, also go ahead and do a little respite for you, and then we're going to be back in about 3 minutes. I don't know who's the DJ, maybe some music or something going there. Yeah, let's kick it.
Well, there is another announcement. All the guests need to be at 5 p.m. at the lobby to go to the other compromise. All the guests need to be at the lobby 5 p.m. to go to the other compromise at Mi Pueblito. All the guests, the special guests, need to be at 5 p.m. at the lobby. El resto de las personas que deseen ir a Mi Pueblito tienen que hacerlo con su propia vía. The transportation is for the special guest. Need to be at 5 p.m. at the lobby. Thank you.
emotionally, psychologically, autonomy and biologically, sexually, romantically. Please within your mind. When I see you dancing, girl, you got me high. And if you wanna try, we can go there tonight. 'Cause I'm in the mood. As long as you feel the groove, we'll be with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start the third part of the afternoon. Please take your seats. Buenas tardes, estamos por empezar la tercera parte. Necesitamos que tomen sus asientos. Please take your seats, that way we can start the third part of the forum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I still hear that. About the impact of enslavement. And this journey of reconciliation is not just an event, it is a journey towards reconciliation. But we all know that part of reconciliation is conciliation. And we've heard about that this morning around how it is that we can get to reconciliation, but we all know we cannot get there unless we explore reparative and restorative justice. That's very, very important. Not to do so is to allow those who have privilege from enslavement to continue in their privilege, and those who have been victimized through enslavement to continue to deal with the devastating consequences of that industrial complex called enslavement. And that is why this session is going to be a session where we seek to examine and excavate the impacts of post-traumatic slave syndrome. This manifests itself in so many different ways, in so many different countries. For me, as a South African, having had to deal with the ideology and the theology of apartheid, which is just another version of white supremacy, I still have to deal with post-traumatic apartheid syndrome. So we may have a new constitution in South Africa, we may have a democracy in South Africa, but the damage persists. And until we are willing to courageously and truthfully explore the damage that was caused and pave a way towards reparative and restorative justice, it's going to be business as usual. And because of the pain that so many of our sisters and brothers continue to deal with, it cannot be business as usual. And so we're going to take some time right now with some exciting guests that will help us kind of move towards this path of restorative and reparative justice. And so our panel today is entitled
from stigmatization to compassion to restoration, mental wellness in a global context. And I'm going to introduce our panelists as they're going to be speaking just to save us some time. Okay? And so we want to start off with our sister right here in Panama that's going to start us off. And I'm very, very grateful for her participating not just in this conversation, but in various conversations that we've had even before we arrived here in Panama. And just grateful for the opportunity to be here in her home country, and through that, to see how we can continue our conversation together. She's an educator. She is an artist right here in Panama. She's one who embodies what it means to connect with one's roots. And in connecting with those roots, she then uses it in a pedagogical way to see how it is that she can then join with so many others in the opportunities to be able to share how we can process and how we can look at the challenges that post-traumatic slavery has put on us and continue to invite us to deal with. Her name is Ligia Granal, and as I mentioned, she's an industrial engineer, an educator, and an artist, and we are in her homeland to share with us. So we're going to ask her to start us off, because I was informed that this month of May is Black History Month in Panama. And here we are, you know, to continue this time together. So Ligia, welcome. So glad that you're here with us. Share with us, you know, where do we go from here? How do we move from awareness to action in terms of what needs to happen around the acknowledgement of the pain, and how then through the acknowledgement bridge it towards a path of reconciliation. Ligia?
Thank you, Pastor. Good afternoon to everybody. As Pastor just mentioned, I am an educator. So
Hello, hello. Okay, that sounds better. They have no idea who they are, where they belong. There are many things that I've been teaching that as a result, people would come to tell me, Ligia, I had no idea this had happened. My feeling is that on both cases, the Caucasians and Black people, we need to start learning what happened in the past and start taking responsibility on everything that has happened. And for my community, we need to understand what has happened, we need to heal, and we need to start teaching our new generations our history, but not as a revenge or a vendetta. This has happened already, but they need to know what happened, because they need to know where they're coming from. They need to know what they have, and they need to know what and where they're going from here on. and that the future generations understand that they need to continue to work, to educate, and to give their children the best information and the best of everything that they need to go on in life. And you can only do that with education. There is no other way around. It has to be with education. Yes. And for the oppressor and his descendants, they need to understand and they need to accept what happened in order for them to heal as well, because they are hurt as well. Right? That we can all come to one, and we can all make a world a better place to live for all of us. Our ancestors, they suffered, they fought, right, to bring us today, and they paved the way that we are on today for us to be free in all senses. And we have to continue that work and give it to our kids. Anytime that I teach, I give people the sense of respect, of integrity, of worth. We are worthy. We are worthy. The idea of not being worthy, it was his story, not our story. We are not poor. We are intelligent. We have a lot that we've been going on. We are inventors, discovered. We work so hard, and we have done so many things and give this whole world what can I say? So many things that are going on in the world right now that we have improved. They give it to us in little things and we make it bigger. And we cannot stand here and continue with the thinking that we are nothing. I'm sorry. It is over. And you know what? Pandemic. The pandemic has been the platform to open the Pandora box for everything to come out. There is nothing hidden anymore. So since there's nothing hidden anymore, let's give the world our part of the story, because the coin has two sides and we only heard one. And in education, we need to have all ministries of education change all the books to start teaching. And as Dr. Melida said earlier, if the oppressor is not going to give us a school for our kids to learn, we build it. We build it. We build it and feed our kids with what we need them to learn and know, so they can become better people day by day, because we are the best and we are worthy, and we always been and we always will. Education, that is where we start from. Education.
All right. Thank you so much. I think that was a great beginning or start for us in terms of, one, acknowledging the hurt and the pain, and how that in so many ways has impacted identity and worthiness, right? And with that identity, compromised ability and capability. And because of that, we have been directed into activities that continue to contribute to our own demise and our own marginalization, which then in turn redirected our destiny. So identity is key. And part of enslavement is to confuse a person in their identity. If you look at the process of enslavement, that was an integral part of it all. So now that we've heard that we are worthy, you do matter, and to be able to excavate that, we have to continue to be about the truth. I'm going to invite Melissa Shepard Williams, who is a psychotherapist, a family therapist. She's a professor in Los Angeles, and she's from Panama, and she works within a context in the United States where she has to do a lot of bridging. Bridging first as a black immigrant in the United States, and secondly, then also bridging as one who is part of higher education. And we know the higher education in the West, truth be told, is all about miseducation. And that miseducation is to our detriment. And so she finds herself in that particular place, you know, having to deal with the past, the present, and the future, and how all of this impacts us mentally, right? How this affects us psychologically. So as part of this acknowledgement, bridging or building bridges towards the truth is going to be key in terms of moving us towards reconciliation, but not just that, but moving us towards racial equity. Because that's in the end where we need to get to make sure that we can be worthy, continue to be worthy in the work that we need to do. So I'm going to ask, you know, Melissa to, you know, share from her perspective, you know, as a black immigrant in the United States on the one hand, on the other hand, as one, you know, who is in the field, you know, around, you know, mental wellness, and is aware of how post-traumatic slave syndrome works, to share with us how do we build bridges, you know, towards the truth so we can overcome the pain that we are dealing with on a daily basis, whether you are in Panama, in South Africa, in Angola, in Tanzania, in the United States. Doesn't matter where you are. This has affected all of us, you know, directly and indirectly, you know, as we continue to move forward. Melissa?
Thank you, Pastor Sauls. Good afternoon, everyone. I am so thankful for Dr. Barrow's vision, because it is, as she said earlier, our vision. This is how we bridge. To respond to your question, this, what's happening today and will happen in the next few days, this is a pure example of how we bridge. You mentioned earlier post-traumatic slavery syndrome, which is something that Dr. Joy DeGruy has been studying for many years, and it has put into words what intuitively we know to be unattended pain and its impact, when that impact moves from one generation to the next. If we don't attend to our pain, we will live frozen in it. We hurt ourselves and each other because we are in a space of survival mode, unaware of the layers of pain in a way that we have bought into the divide and conquer agenda of the oppressor. That is how they keep us where they want us, because they don't know the true meaning of power. They live in such fear that they will do whatever it takes to keep us down, and that includes all manner of sophisticated divide and conquer strategies. And so events like this and an awareness like Lihia just shared of the power of education is how we create bridges, is how we go into ourselves more deeply. We become more empowered by the true awareness of our strength. Our heritage is so rich, that the moment we become aware of who we truly are, we do not have to waste our energy trying to get anybody to accept who we are. We don't have to beg for acceptance. We need to invest our time and energy getting to know who we truly are so that we can stop using energy to survive and move into the realm of thriving. Thriving is an example of healing in progress. So I am so thankful that we're having this conversation. When Pastor Sauls mentioned that I also have the opportunity to work in higher education, one of those spaces includes a program for people who are training to become clinicians, but clinicians that are committed to the value of cultural context. You need to know about someone's cultural experience, the cultural narratives, not only the resilience ones, but also the different ways in which this person has suffered at the hands of the oppressor, so that you can support someone's journey of healing by helping them tap into their own wisdom, the wisdom that lives in them, that they inherited, because we have been moving in healing ways, even unconsciously. So let's make this healing wisdom conscious. Let's make it conscious, and education is how we do it. We need to be aware of how the way we move, the way we talk, this ain't no accident. It's in the blood. So just like we have, through DNA, inherited ways of living on the defensive, on the survivalist path, we have also, through DNA, inherited strengths that we need to amplify. The better we know who we are, then we amplify our gifts. It's amazing. We are a miracle. We are a miracle that we are still here after all that we have experienced. We are still here. And so I would say that in the spirit of Sankofa, we go back and get it. We go back and get all the wisdom that has sustained us and brought us to the present moment, so that we can move forward with strength, with the strength of awareness, with the strength of insight. This is how we bridge our ancestors' wisdom with the present.
All right, we can clap it up for that. You know, we all talk about generational trauma, but I'm always amazed at how we can talk about generational trauma, but we don't want to talk about the results of generational trauma is generational wealth. I may have to say that again. Y'all getting quiet on me. Right? I mean, we have folk right now who have benefited from enslavement, right? Who are still in denial and perpetuate lies and engage in deception, right? All not to acknowledge the fact that you cannot get to dealing with generational trauma without actually dealing with the results that it has brought, which is generational wealth. That's why racial reconciliation without racial equity is an exercise in futility. If we are to break down the walls of lies around truth, then we can actually continue to construct these courageous bridges, right? Build these bold bridges, right, towards our worthiness and the fact that we do matter around what needs to happen. So we're going to try and get into that a little bit later on as we move forward, okay? And I want to let you know that as the audience, you will have the opportunity to ask some questions and also to make some comments, as we move forward. I want to bring in a dear sister of mine who's joining us actually from Gary, Indiana, who is a co-creator of this forum with me, and that is, Derica Rollins, and I hope that she can hear us to be able to also share some thoughts, again, as a young adult, an African American, a young adult who is a woman, and also dealing with this generational trauma caused by enslavement, right? And this is basically the area and the work that she's an ardent advocate for. So I'm going to invite, Derica to see if she can join us, for some thoughts, and I hope that she can hear us and unmute herself to join us. I'm going to try and see if I can unmute her from here. Let's see, ask to unmute. Okay, it says more. All right, Derica, can you hear us? Okay, she's unmuted. Derica, can you hear us?
I cannot hear anything. I haven't been able to hear anyone.
Okay, so can you hear us now? Okay, she, for some reason, cannot hear us. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix that, before we, so we'll deal with that. But let's continue, with the conversation. If we are to acknowledge our hurt and our pain, if we have to build bold bridges, towards, how do we overcome this particular trauma, right? The question then, how do we collaborate, locally, in Panama, right? Regionally in the Caribbean, right? Because, the ships of enslavement stopped, here even before they got, right, to, North America. And then globally, how do we collaborate on facilitating our own, liberation and our own freedom, given the layers of, oppression, discrimination, and marginalization that we've experienced. I want to ask Ligia if she can maybe respond to that, in terms of how do we collaborate with one another to facilitate, our freedom and our liberation, and move beyond, the trauma.
Well, every country in America had a very different story with the colonization and how the enslaved were treated. So we need to know each and every history in America in order to make the healing come through. We need to know what our brothers and sisters suffered in different countries and come to one so that we can start working on the healing of each and every person and in every country. I will start there. If you have no idea what went on in Peru or in Mexico or in Costa Rica or in Argentina, you have no idea how to start. So we all need to come together as community, get to know each and everyone's history, and then start from there healing each other. But the information has to definitely go on to our community, our country, to the government, to our kids, and everybody needs to work hard on this in order to get what we're looking for. We're looking to heal. That is where we start from, right? So that would be my answer on that part.
I mean, I think you say a very important piece, right? You and I know the way the oppressor works is the oppressor always tries to get us to compare each other's pain, right? And then to fool us by trying to say that our pain is the same. It's not the same, even though it's similar, right? And as Ligia mentioned, around how do we get into close proximity, right, to the pain of our sisters and brothers. And not think that just because I have the dagger of oppression in me 9 inches and somebody else may have that same dagger in them 6 inches, and somebody else somewhere else may have that dagger in them 3 inches, right? The dagger's in you. All right? You got the dagger of oppression, marginalization in you, right? So how do we collaborate? You know, Melissa, as we're dealing with this psychologically, as we're dealing with this mentally, how do we collaborate around getting into close proximity of each other's pain in such a way that it broadens, right, our concern and our horizons for collective work towards our freedom and liberation?
Well, I feel I'm learning that thankfully, because our cultural narratives are so much about the collective, it is in coming together and listening to each other more deeply. It is in reaching out to the different leaders in communities who can galvanize gatherings. Dr. Barrow is doing it today. You know, because that way we hear each other's stories. This is how we listen to each other's stories, the similarities in our stories, the nuances in our stories, so that we tell our stories. And as my grandmother would say in her West Indian accent, put a stoppage to other people telling my story. You know, other people being the members of the community of oppressors. We need to tell our stories. One of the things that I'm learning, and you and I, Pastor Sauls, in LA have a chance to experience and work on this together, is the power of the arts. Because we work in collaboration with artists, we affirm that pain and healing cannot be explored without the arts. Today we experience music. Today we experience storytelling. This is all in the world of the arts, and that's how we're getting to know ourselves, so that we can heal through knowledge. And in the clinical setting, it's important that we dismantle all the European theories of therapy, because as a psychotherapist, I have a responsibility to meet someone of color with a consciousness of their story and where we meet in that story. And so that's another way of helping the healing process, where we prioritize what are our cultural stories. How does it show up in my music? How does it show up in my food? You know, the ways in which we stayed connected with Mother Africa, making the most of what was in our location and replicating these foods that connect us to home. Fufu is no accident. Mofongo is no accident. We find a way to connect ourselves to Mother Africa. And so healing is in acknowledging those ways.
Okay, Derek is still not able to hear anything that's being said. So, Derek, can you hear us now? Derek, can you hear us now? Okay, so we're gonna see if I can mute it from another device. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear us
Yes,
now?
now.
Derek,
Yes, I can hear now.
Can you hear us
Yes,
now?
now.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna
I'm
ask
gonna
you
ask you
a
a
question,
question.
and now I'm
Now
gonna
I'm gonna
mute
mute
so that we don't hear the echo. Okay?
Okay?
So we're
So we're
just
just
talking
talking
about,
about,
the
the
whole
whole
challenge
challenge
of
of
post-traumatic
post-traumatic
slave
slave
syndrome
syndrome
in
in
Panama,
Panama,
and
and
Melissa
Melissa
shared
shared
with us
this
from a
from a
U.S.
U.S.
perspective.
perspective.
As a
A
young
young
African-American woman, an
an
advocate for
for
mental
mental
wellness,
wellness,
would you
would you
share
share
your perspective
on just the impact, of enslavement on your ancestors? How through that generational trauma has occurred, and how is that impacting you right now, and how are you working on moving towards reconciliation?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Derica Rollins, and I am currently in Gary, Indiana, in the United States. To answer your question, Reverend Sauls, it's a very heavy question, to say the least. But I would say that the biggest thing that my personal life, as well as my community, has shown a result of post-traumatic slave syndrome is the breakdown of the family structure. And without that structure, you leave people to have questions within their identities. You have addiction. You have violence. You have crime. And all of these things also contribute to poverty. It's very layered. And I would say for myself, my personal story, being the daughter of two teenagers who came from two different backgrounds. My father came from a two-parent household, working class parents, whereas my mother came from a single mom household where her mom suffered drug addiction. And I eventually ended up with my father and his parents because the courts decided that that was the most stable place to be. And even though that's what the courts decided, growing up as a young woman without my mother created a lot of insecurities within myself, questions about who I am as a woman, as a person. And I developed depression, I developed anxiety, I developed low self-esteem, and it led me to make choices that were self-sabotaging. And it was while my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, while she was an intricate part of my life, it was her influence that allowed me to recognize that something was wrong, and I needed to figure out what that was. And I began to seek. I began to seek Christ as a Christian, as a believer. I began to seek Christ. I surrendered my full life, my full heart, my full soul and mind to seek spiritually. And then I found a therapist who is actually on Now Watching, Ms. Kisa Hamilton, who has been a very, very, very big part of my life over the past couple of years, helping me unpack all of these things and to heal. And so I'm thankful for her for going through this journey with me. But it has been both spiritual impartation as well as therapy. I like to say Jesus in therapy is the answer. And so when I think about my peers within my community and recognizing how, even in the music that we listen to, a lot of my experience has been shown in my community with lacking parental impartation and the love that we need as young people. We're missing that. And so you have a lot of people who have turned to gang violence or just gangs in general, looking for a partnership, looking for love. You have a lot of young women who are seeking attention from young boys who are not able to even give them what it is that they need. And they're having multiple children. And so now you have more children being born out of wedlock, being born into dysfunctional situations, being born into families that are broken from the start. And that is creating more angry children. And as you can see, if you look on the news and you hear about things like in Chicago, where there's a lot of crime and there's a lot of violence, that is a result of having the lack of parental impartation into these children and not having the love that they need. So they're seeking outward, or they're not having the finances because parents are not able to provide for them financially, and they are turning to drugs and selling drugs or robberies and things like that to make ends meet or to get the things that they desire. Then you have depression, you have anxiety, you have other mental health issues, ADHD, where they have learning disabilities. And because Black people have this way of the stigmatization, they have this stigma on mental health and mental wellness and seeking help. There's a lot of things that are gone untreated because of the stigma in that treatment. So there's so many different layers to unpack. But myself personally, as I stated, spiritual impartation, as well as having a therapist who truly understands you, because she is also of your racial significance. You know, she's a Black woman, and I genuinely believe that in order for Black people to get the proper help that they need to be able to trust the people that is helping them. So a Black man would need a Black man therapist. A Black woman needs a Black woman therapist, because you understand us, you understand our struggle, you understand what it is that we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis, as opposed to someone who may not look like us, who does not have our experiences.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for that, Erica. Yeah, let's clap it up for her. I want to pick up on a couple of things that Erica mentioned and see if we can dig a little deeper. The whole piece around stigmatization, especially as it relates to mental wellness, that's real for many of us in so many different ways, depending on which community and country that we are in. And so part of today is to see how we can move beyond stigmatization and actually get to compassion. Part of that stigmatization is integral to the generational trauma that we are experiencing. And because of that, we then engage in what is called internalized racism, right? That's where this unworthiness here is coming from, right? This whole piece about us believing that we don't matter. And so when we talk about mental wellness in the Black community or the African American community, you know, we talk about it by way of a stigma. I'm amazed that when white folk talk about mental health or mental challenges, they talk about it as a disease, right? That can be treated, right? And so I think it's important for us to realize how all of this work in it and how it's an integral part of how we've allowed ourselves to be defined by a system filled with schemes that continue to look for ways to make us feel unworthy and to marginalize us. Truth be told. So, one other aspect around this, we've talked about this, Ligia and Melissa, a couple of weeks ago in my podcast, Faith Without Borders, around decolonizing Black identity, right? And part of that is to deal with the challenges that we all go through around colorism, right? And tribalism, because the oppressor, of course, has exploited how we identify based on color and tribe, bamboozled us in terms of who is then more worthy than others. You may have heard the saying, if you're yellow, you mellow. If you're black, get to the back. And if you're white, you're all right. If you haven't heard that, that's quite prevalent in the United States. And so, we're dealing with colorism. We are dealing with tribalism. We're even dealing with regionalism, right? Some folk in the Caribbean feel like they're better than other folk in the Caribbean. Come on, somebody. And then we're dealing with nationalism. Some black folk, because they have an American citizenship, feel like they are more worthy, or they matter more than somebody who has a Rwandan passport or a South African passport or a Panamanian passport. Come on, somebody. We're looking for ways to collaborate and bridge towards our freedom and our liberation from this generational trauma caused by enslavement. So I want to bring in once again Melissa first, and then Ligia, and then Derica again, around how do we now deliberately, that's the D, y'all, deliberately pave a way beyond all these isms and embrace our humanity and our dignity as it's been given to us by the Creator.
Right. These isms are keeping us from moving. And they're venomous, these isms. And thankfully, I'm going to echo something that you said, Ligia, earlier, and that we have talked about ad nauseum in this pandemic. The pandemic has placed a magnifying glass on all the foolishness that's going on for centuries. We knew about it. Some people called it, oh, it's happening more. No, it's not happening more. It's just more visible. Thankfully so. And so it is in that more visible place that we get to address these issues that are keeping us from prospering. Activism, that's a better name. The kind that brings people. And so colorism being one of those ways in which dividing and conquering has marginalized us where we are in compare and despair. Pastor Saul gave these sayings that we hear so much in the U.S. that are to keep people down. So we're dismantling that now. We're dismantling education. When we learn about the intention of the oppressor is looking for a way to keep us from knowing all of who we are. They don't even know who we are. One of the things that Dr. Nicole talks about as she describes post-traumatic slave syndrome is something called cognitive dissonance. The oppressor has been telling themselves for as long as they can remember all kinds of things that help them justify, make them feel justified in their actions and beliefs. And anytime we look more aware of who we are, they're scared because their privileges now are threatened. Well, we cannot wait 1 more second. We need to move forward so that we can dismantle such as colorism, which resulted from this divide and conquer agenda. You know, and in therapy, it's very important, as I said before, and I echo there that you mentioned the value of having a therapist of color. I am really biased in favor of how training more people that look like us, so that our people can feel like they can trust this particular kind of healing, which is not the only kind of healing, but so they can feel that they can trust it, because for generations we've had no reason to trust therapy. Why should we trust something that we associate with the oppressor? Why should we trust institutions that say they're going to help when they have lied to our people so many times with experiments? Look at what happened with the coronavirus. So many people in our community resisted for a long time receiving medical help because they thought, wait a minute, is this a repetition of us being bamboozled? So the more people of color, the more of us black people are in the health profession, we are inviting our community to trust this form of help, which is not the only kind, but to collaborate with others, healing ways. It's all in collaboration. It is all in collaboration.
I want to add something else to what Melissa has just mentioned. And it's that, and this I have taught and spoken with my students in the past. In the black ethnicity, we have 101 Pantone colors. Melanin is that sort of hormone that gives the color of our skin, hair, and eyes. It protects us from UV, but it gives us a certain privilege of getting into the sun. The oppressor for many years had that pyramid inverted. Is the other way around. Absence of melanin is albinism. And so why I'm saying this? Because I want our sisters and brothers to understand that our color is beautiful. It is full of beauty. So we do not need anybody or anyone to come and tell us what we already know. What we need to do is embrace what we know and move on. It is time for us to do that. There is no reason for anything else. There is no space for anything else. And as I said before, 2020 was for me, it was a 2020 vision. Perfect moment. Perfect moment for the Pandora box to open. And for everything, all the injustices in the world to come out. And for everybody to see this, what we have now is our tool for information, for education. If we use it well, if we use it well, we can inform and we can make changes all over, and we can heal as fast as we can, because this tool right here give us information in seconds. In seconds. Before, we didn't have that opportunity, so information was hidden. And we never knew what was going on until this appeared. And now there's nothing that no one can write or do that my sisters and brothers on the other side of the country won't find out in seconds. So we need to start using our tools in order to educate, in order to feed, and in order to do the right thing for us to be healthy, better, collaborative,
and worthy, more worthy because we already are.
We
We already are.
So
So what do you think about that?
I think it's so essential for us to continue to deliberately develop, tools that contribute to our therapy. Because we are in recovery. We're in recovery. And if we do not deliberately develop these tools, it then has mental consequences. And so yes, we are talking about depression. I mean, we are talking about, emotional imbalance, anxiety, and all of these side effects that we have to pay attention to. But we have to get to the root causes of this. And so I think it's important that we look for these tools. And the thing about these tools, Ligia, is, these tools have to be culturally relevant and culturally appropriate and culturally competent. Okay? And that's why Derek said, I prefer a therapist that looks like me. Because we can go where I cannot go to a therapist that doesn't look like me. For the simple reason that person may have a degree and they may have studied the discipline. But is that person able to put the knowledge from that degree, right? The knowledge from that discipline within a cultural context of what is it that we are dealing with in kind of excavating the root causes of why we are here. You see, and I think that's very important for us as we seek to elevate, liberate, which is where we're heading to next as we begin to move towards conclusion here around that. I'm going to ask Melissa to add to this, and then I'm going to come to Derek to just talk about how do we develop some tools that she's aware of as a young woman that has embraced therapy, that's an advocate for mental wellness as we move forward. But Melissa, add what you want, and go to Derek.
Something I want to add, yes, there's definitely value in seeing ourselves in the other person when we reach out for help, this particular kind of help. And so I'm glad to be part of a program that trains Black therapists to go into this consciousness. Yes. Still, us Black therapists are human too, who have experienced the consequences of this generational pain. So our healing is not done just because we have the title therapist. So when I am in the room with someone, there may be moments of impact, moments of mistake, moments of unconscious. And as a therapist, one needs to be open to be called out by the person that you're there to help. Because we too come into the room with the consequences of this pain. Because we are Black as well. So that's to be felt to keep in mind. And that I invite other clinicians to be mindful of. I consult about this with fellow clinicians. We're there to support each other in our own healing, so that we can walk in the room with more openness to listen to someone more deeply. We can't forget that the Black clinician is also injured.
Yes. True that. So in essence, what you're saying is that Black clinicians and Black therapists are actually wounded healers.
Yes.
There we go. One of my favorite things I hear now, wounded healers. Derek,
Derek,
we want you in just to share again how do we deliberately move towards some tools that are culturally relevant, competent, in this journey, towards one, reconciliation with self first, right, as Brother Garvey put it, this morning, and then extending, that reconciliation, to others as we move forward. Derek, any thoughts from you?
Can you repeat the question again? I was kind of having a hard time hearing you.
Just how do we deliberately develop some tools that's culturally appropriate and competent for us in our healing towards reconciliation?
Okay. Well, conversations like this is a start. As we understand the importance of the mental health of us, and being able to have global interactions. What I've learned within my line of work, actually, is that a lot of Black people have a misconception about, well, a lot of African Americans have a misconception or ignorance to other Blacks across the world. And so we need to have more, I don't like the word events, but we need to have more conversations around globalization and connecting and coming together from different parts of the world and sharing our experiences with one another. And with those experiences, we have a better understanding that we're not the only people going through this. We're not the only people having the issues that we have. We're not the only people that are dealing with post-traumatic slave syndrome. And so first, it's connecting with one another, understanding one another through different events like the Journey of Reconciliation, and having other conferences that focus on connecting us as people throughout the world. And then another thing that is done here in America is that there are college tours. So college tours, and they specify HBCUs, historically Black colleges. And so I would say that even when you have those, I think we should encourage more students who are like those students that are undecided. Encourage those students to get into psychology and becoming those trained Black therapists so that we can start to have more. And as we have more trained Black therapists, we have more people that are becoming aware that we need to focus on our mental health and we need to be able to heal from that standpoint. Those are just two things that come to mind with that question.
Thanks for that, Derek. We're going to move to our final question. This is the question from the audience that's here with us. Any other questions?
So you can be right here at the microphone if you have a question. Okay. So let's do the question. No speeches, just a question, so we can get to those who want to respond. Please introduce yourself and then ask your question.
I'd like to know, my question is, does a Black person need a visa to go anywhere in Africa?
The question is, does a Black person need a visa to go anywhere in Africa? As far as I know, if you are, in terms of your citizenship, in any country, on the continent, you can basically get to, any other country. So I'm about to go from South Africa. From here, I go to South Africa. From South Africa to Namibia, I don't need a visa. When I go from Namibia or South Africa to Zimbabwe, I don't need a visa. Around it just depends what the African Union has worked out among countries. around who needs to go where as we move to that. But again, just to say, that's part of what we're dealing with, because these borders that we have on the continent are not borders that's part of our DNA, right? These borders, basically are borders set up by the colonizers, right? That African conflict that took place in Europe, right? Where the Europeans divided up Africa into who's going to get which particular country, etc., etc. We are still living under decisions that were made for us by colonizers, right? And the African Union has to deal with that at some point. You see, right? Because there are tribes in South Africa, right, that also, are in Zimbabwe. You see, and so, and that means there are traditions that are the same, of the Pedi people, for instance, but because of a border that was drawn by colonizers, now they are Zimbabwean and we are South African, right? But back in the day, we were one because of, how people moved, back and forth, on the continent around that. So I hope that's helpful. But I think that's you see, that question is actually a much deeper conversation around. Before we can talk about visa, we have to talk about, how the Europeans, divide us up and therefore justify visas, for us to have around that. That's a big challenge right now in South Africa, with what's happening around immigration. My brother.
Good afternoon for your panel. First, I must give thanks to the Most High that we're here, and the mission is with Him. It's possible. I heard the word education from the sister, but I wanted to hear it like black education. Okay, I want to say black education. I would like, because I heard she said education, which she explained education, but black education is bold. And as we're into the trauma, what you call it, we have to say the words, we have to hit the nails on use the hammer, hit the nail on the head. It's black education. I am suggesting what she talk about education, because black people are educated, and a lot of people have a lot of degrees and a lot of things here, doctor, but the grassroots education is what they don't have, which that's what we as I need to bring forward. And again, the page of Rastafari, instead of we look for the out for next people, as we look for within ourselves, there's a page of Rastafari that wants one black people, because Rastafari stand up for black people every time. And not me, I'm just a small dot of Rastafari. But I want black people now to accept Rastafari as their own. That's the way we can move forward with the whole thing we're supposed to go. Because if it wasn't Rastafari, black people today would not even stand up a certain way. Because, of course, you're afraid that the slave master will be. Because to be a slave, you don't be a slave because you tell me to be a slave. I be a slave because I was whipped and I was caged. That's how I become a slave. So I don't want to get whipped and be a slave again. So black people, if you're going to put it up, it look nice, because I don't want to feel that slavery. Okay, let me one for you. Oh, you have to go on with this one line. Never fail to reflect the patient faith of all people, that only through discussion, collaboration, we use a lot, agreement and enforcement of the will of mankind. We are talking about mankind generally, can the world peace and stability be achieved. Rastafari.
Okay, thank you. We want to deal with education. We're talking about a different kind of education, right? A pedagogy that enables us to retain and gain consciousness. Not degree behind it, right? And we all know that education has been infected with and affected by oppression, marginalization, discrimination. So as we conclude, you can talk about the education, right? We asked Derek to maybe share about that as well. But I think, how do we, engage strategies, right, that moves us towards elevation for liberation. All right, that's very important. We want to get to liberation. Okay, and liberation is more than just reconciliation. Okay, so this journey of reconciliation, it might start with reconciliation, but if it doesn't end in liberation, right, then this will just be another part, right, where we talk to ourselves, and the oppressor who's been privileged for all these years continue to live in their privilege and put us against around delay that eventual liberation. What role does education play in the elevation for liberation? We'll ask Olivia, Melissa, and Derek will close us out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for what you said just a while ago. But when I was talking about education, I was talking about black education. Many of us do not know where we're coming from. Many of us don't know who we are. And in my position as an educator, I need to bring everybody forward with their information, with their history. Because if you don't know where you're coming from, you don't know where you're going. So that's what I was talking about. I was always talking about black education. And how we move from here on is we need to work with information, gathering information first, investigation, giving our people this information education for them to know who they are and where they're going. And we need to change the narrative. We need to change the narrative. We have been receiving all type of indoctrination. All type of things that weren't ours, that were lies, onto lies. Now we have the opportunity to give ourselves to the world and show them who we are, but we need to do the work. And the work starts with me. The work starts with each and every one of us, and then we need to share and spread the information all over the world. So it always ends up in education. That's the only way to get out of here. If we all know who we are on the same page, we move on. If not, it's just going to be another conference, just like Pastor Sosa. So education will always be for me the key of getting knowledge and just going, in the future, into the future. All right? Does that answer your question? All right? Okay.
Well, I am going to echo what Ligia just said, because Pastor Sauls frequently brings up the topic of liberation. Well, liberation is possible because of education. Liberation of our minds. So that we begin to use our energy in a new way. In a way that develops who we are based on truth, not lies. We've been living lies. And because of those lies, we've hurt ourselves and each other. It shows up in colorism, it shows up in violence in a home, in a community, all because of lies. And so energy is misdirected. So education will always be key. Like water pursuit. To liberate ourselves. To be at peace with ourselves, to be in the presence of each other at peace, to move in the world without apologies. I am a black woman, proud of it. I don't have to convince anybody about my worth. This is how we want to walk in the world, and all based in truth. And education is not just in a school. We already have talked about systemic oppression showing up in the way intentionally information is missing from textbooks. It's intentional. And so we need to think of education as something that happens not only in school. It happens when we do our own research. It happens when we connect with each other in gatherings like this to learn about the multiple narratives of our diaspora. It happens when we go inside and we let our intuition talk to us. And this is where liberation lives. Insight, reflection. Speaking of reflection, a traumatized people is very disconnected from that part of us that's about reflecting, catching a panoramic view of something. When you're traumatized, you live in that part of the brain that's all about survival. It has tunnel vision. So education, again, is about expanding the vision and allowing us to go deeper into who we are. So education will always be the answer to liberating ourselves and each other.
All right. Derica, you want to share some final thoughts? And then we move to closure. So Derica?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you say some final thoughts around how do we engage in education that will facilitate elevation towards liberation?
Yes, I would say that we need to have more podcasts like what you do, more conferences. There was a time about maybe 10 years ago or a little less than, where there were a lot of women conferences popping up, women empowerment conferences. And I think it started out in the right direction, but we geared off from the real motive. And I think empowering Black women, but also empowering Black men, as in terms of teaching about identity, educating about who you really are on the inside, changing the narrative, as my beautiful ladies up there said, changing the narrative, and also relearning, unlearning the lies and relearning the truth, who we are as Black people. So having more conversations, again, with podcasts, having more conferences that are geared toward identity and empowerment for Black people, and again, connecting on a global scale, as opposed to just something local, but bringing it to putting it on a larger scale brings more awareness to the issue that we are trying to resolve.
Great. Thank you so much. Let me thank Derica for joining us from Gary, Indiana. We appreciate you co-creating this forum with me and the work that we will continue to do now in being advocates for mental wellness. Thank you, Derica. Much love to you. I also want to just appreciate Melissa for traveling all the way from the United States to Panama. She was really coming home because her mama over here. but appreciate that. And also, of course, the one that's hosting us, here, Ligia, for the work that you do, and just see that we are celebrating, who we are as, people of African descent, black people. You do that on a daily basis on your various platforms, whether it's through faith, fashion, but also through the arts, and by way of education. So we really appreciate that, and know that you continue to do that. So there you have it. This is a journey. And we've gone through a couple of steps today that we hope is helpful to you as you continue your journey. A, acknowledge the hurt and pain that you are in. B, build bridges towards the truth that can result into your healing. C, collaborate, with others, on how we can allow our pain to be a path to new possibilities. That means we have to get into close proximity of the pain of those who have been harmed by this industry called enslavement. D, deliberately develop tools for healing, which needs to be culturally appropriate tools as well as culturally competent tools for us. And then the E is how do we come together to elevate so that we can liberate. And the liberation piece is a systemic piece. All right? And so that systemic piece can only take place when we engage in reparative and restorative justice. So yes, we are putting those who've been benefited from enslavement on notice. Right? Yes. It has to reconciliation through conciliation. And conciliation is about the systemic change that has to take place so that people can be validated, around the generational wealth that they've been robbed of because of the generational trauma that's been put on them. Thanks so much for joining us. We continue. This is just day one, y'all. And we continue the next couple of days in the work that we have to do and beyond this conference in the work that needs to take place, for our ultimate liberation. Thanks so much. Peace out.
Damas y caballeros, muchas gracias por su presencia. Thank you for being here today. Tomorrow we will have another wonderful day with a lot of knowledge, culture, sharing, and enjoying. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias por estar.